Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. This is the Late Show with your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. Some some really stunning stuff by Eric Wind again, who blew my mind, and I will share it with you just in a second. I want to start with again paying respect to the goat, to the greatest of all time, perhaps only the second one to be recognized by that name after Ali called himself that, deservedly. And in fact, he called himself the greatest of all times, which is one step further. But as far as basketball goes, of course, this is the definitive player. And he is 60 years old today. In 2023, of course, you know who else is 60 years old. Not me, not just yet, maybe in a few years, but the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, of course. And it's not a coincidence that that is a watch Michael Jordan really likes. You know, he has a very extensive watch collection, a lot of interesting pieces by Alain Gonzone, De Bethune, and just mind blowing assortment of Rolexes that he has been wearing since he was an emergent superstar in the NBA. But I believe he must feel a kind of connection to the Rolex Daytona the same way Björn Borg apparently used to feel. I mean, I'm sure he still does. He feels a connection to the day dates with which he shares his birth date. I had done a post on that not too long ago. Let me see. Björn Borg was, of course, not only known as the star tennis player that he was, but also due to his legendary rivalry with John McEnroe as well. Let me see where I put that. There he is. Right, Björn Borg was born in 1956, and apparently, for for that reason, among others, he really loves the Rolex Day Date, of which he owns a few. But this is the one that has that unique green dial with the matching green alligator strap and déployant in 18 karat yellow gold. Kind of similar piece of design with those fixed end links as as the Oyster Flex Daytonas have these days, as the Daytonas on leather strap, the precious metal Daytonas on leather strap used to have. Um, of course, his arch rival McEnroe was at some point an ambassador for Omega. Specifically, appeared in this advertisement for an integrated bracelet watch that was designed by none other than Gerard Janta. This is the Seamaster 120 meter Polaris, executed in titanium with 18 karat gold accents. It is on a quartz movement, and I mean, I there are a few that I saw on the secondary market that were in stellar condition. Most of them looked absolutely shot to bits. In either case, this is a watch that you can get on the secondary market for a couple of $100s. It could be fun. If you are putting together a collection of Gerald Janta designs, if you're a huge fan of John McEnroe and his bad boy attitude, um, Yeah, it's by all means, it's a very interesting watch, the Omega Seamaster Polaris, and we need to do something about the recycling of these sorts of names, right? You know, there's a Polaris by Jeje Lecoutre, there's a Polaris by Omega, there's an Odysseus by Jeje Lecoutre, and there's an Odysseus or Odysseus, as the Germans say, by Alan Gonzone. We need to do something about it. Um, you know, I think we have simply exhausted the oceans already. We have to come up with sports watches that are not named after something nautical necessarily. It's cool, but you know, let's broaden our horizons a little bit. No pun intended. And yes, Jordan happens to share his birth year with the iconic Rolex Cosmograph. Daytona, Rolex's definitive chronograph, for which they did not have a name in the beginning, since they were still tending to their wounds after having lost the horological space race to Omega. And we'll talk about that a little bit in a second. Um, they called it for a hot minute after the other famous 24-hour race, Le Mans, but that didn't stick either. Daytona found its way into the Rolex catalog. It had to perhaps lay somewhat dormant for a couple of decades, shall we say, and it started picking up finally after Rolex decided to revive it with a self-winding movement. First, one that they built on the Zenit El Primero caliber 400 base from 1988 to 2000, and then on their in-house caliber 4130, which came to define, in fact, our postmodern age when it comes to mass produced watches. Now everyone obsesses over in house movements. Now everyone obsesses about vertical integration. But it was really the symbolism of uh, the Rolex Daytona as it was reimagined in the 21st century that propelled that kind of obsession. So it's nice to see it on the wrist of the greatest basketball player of all time. And in the previous anniversary edition, that is the 50th, released in 2013, executed fully in platinum with the exclusive ice blue dial and those maroon accents, the outer rings of the chronograph registers, as well as the Cerachrome bezel. And Thomas Broadband says, Zenit, thank you, Movado. Yes, there is certainly an important aspect of that story where Movado rescued Zenit from certain end. All right, let's dive right into this wonderful story. So you know, Eric Wind is a friend of this channel. He very generously uh, gave his time for 3 hour-long interviews so far. I will just post the link in the chat if you want to go through that playlist where we talk about some of Eric's pointers about collecting vintage watches, about sourcing vintage watches, what to look for, how to begin collecting, how to branch out certain from certain genres into more exciting things, how contemporary watches take their inspiration from vintage models. All of that and more you can find in my 3 interviews with Eric Wind. So go check that out. JB, pink looks ready for the weekend. Hey man, I was rocking a pink shirt earlier for Casual Friday. So I said, why not? Let me swag it up a little bit for the late show and put on my polo pink hoodie and let's roll with it. So Eric Wynn is a friend of the channel, and he always has really stunning pieces on the website. And as always, please do take a look through his inventory. If nothing else, if not you could be educated, you could draw, you could learn, because they're always accompanied with crucial details about the history of these watches, of these models. And what else would you expect from one of the experts in the world of vintage Rolex, especially? But of course, Eric Wynn's uh, grasp, Eric Wynn's mastery is certainly not limited to Rolex only. And this is what he was able to source. Now, of course, you would be familiar uh, with the anniversary series model, the 50th anniversary piece that Rolex. I'm sorry. I apologize, Omega fans. That's the only thing in my mind. I don't know anything else either. Uh, the 50th anniversary model that Omega produced in the past for the 50th anniversary of the Apollo um, 11 mission. And this is the origin of this model, because this was the gold Speedmaster that Omega made for the astronauts as a tribute to the astronauts once the Apollo 11 feat was achieved, once the moon landing was accomplished. This is what Eric says about this particular example. When I first saw this watch, it took my breath away. Scott Carpenter's gold Omega Speedmaster. The iconic astronaut, aquanaut, test pilot, and naval officer. One of the Mercury 7. And also, stop the presses there. Only the second American to orbit the Earth after John Glenn, and one of the first 4 Americans to have made it to space. So, quite on the crest of the wave, an American hero, as Eric puts it. Omega presented this Speedmaster to Malcolm Scott Carpenter and his American astronaut colleagues in 1969 after the successful Apollo 11 mission. And to make it even better, this watch was preserved in spectacular, original, and unpolished condition, direct from a member of his family. Eric says, I'm honored to be able to offer Scott Carpenter's Gold Omega Speedmaster for sale. In the world of vintage Speedmasters, those few Omega Speedmasters issued to American astronauts at a dinner in Houston, 1969, have reached the level of iconic and grail status. Look at that watch. Um, and honestly, even the 50th anniversary editions look absolutely stunning to me, even as I think it is kind of ridiculous for a Speedmaster to be in gold. But then again, I'm not going to nitpick. It it does look pretty amazing, and that maroon accent that I very much enjoy on the Platinum Daytona, I cannot deprive Omega Speedmaster from that either. It looks beautiful. These gold speedmasters, Eric continues, are at the intersection of important watches and the space race, and it is no surprise that they have increased in awareness, desirability, and value significantly in the last few years. And as you see, um, we only have this photo for now on that website. I think um, there's a Rob Report article, so we will we will go through that as well soon enough. Omega Speed introduced the Speedmaster in 1957, and as you can probably guess from the name, it wasn't made as the Moonwatch. It wasn't created as the Moonwatch. It did deservedly became just that, though. Initially created, of course, for drivers in automotive racing needing to time their laps. However, Speedmaster would reach eternal iconic status by eventually being qualified for spaceflight by NASA after an intense testing of the several highest grade chronographs of the 1960s. NASA selected the Speedmaster as the exclusive watch for use by its astronauts. It is with great honor that Eric presents this Omega Speedmaster reference 145022-69BA, truly remarkable watch as it was given to American naval officer and astronaut Scott Carpenter for his role in Project Mercury on November 25th, 1969, during an event at the Hotel Warwick in Houston. These tribute to astronauts watches were presented by Omega during a gala dinner to Scott Carpenter and 25 additional astronauts, both alive and deceased, as commemorative pieces for their voyages into space. Um, of course, he mentions, and I was gonna bring this up, Carpenter famously put in a special order for that mission to Breitling because he really liked the Navi timer and wanted to wear in space a 24-hour version of it. So that's what he ordered from Breitling, and the watch apparently just made it in the nick of time to be worn. And it resurfaced, as you know, just last year. It was in the Breitling family condition collection for years. And as you know, Breitling last year also introduced an anniversary edition or reintroduced into their lineup 41 millimeter Scott Carpenter Navitimer Cosmonaut, which was initially very popular. It was a limited edition, so I'm not sure if it already sold out. If it did, no matter. I'm sure it's slightly cheaper on the secondary market, as it should be. Uh, there's no reason to go out of your way to buy watches when they are new, when they are for that hot minute, the best and biggest and the next thing on the market. Just be patient. They will drop down in price. If they don't, and if they are caught in a hype train, that is not a problem either. The world is full of great watches for you, but this was the watch that Breitling produced and introduced last year. Uh, the Navitimer BO2 Chronograph 41 Cosmonauts that is still being sold by Breitling for 11,200, that I'm sure you can already find on the secondary markets for cheaper, but it is what it is. It's not a watch I actually followed in this case, so I do wanna check and see how they have trended so far on the market. Uh, there are not many on the market, but then again, it was a 362 piece limited edition, and I don't think it's sold out yet. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, let's go back to the new, the old new Scott Carpenter Omega Speedmaster, which was given to him by Omega in Houston, Texas in 1969 as a tribute to him and 25 other astronauts, some of whom were still alive, some others who had been lost already then. The Breitling that I just showed was made by his inputs, with his input by Breitling and Willy Breitling, and would be damaged after Carpenter's re-entry, being submerged in the ocean, and has sat in the Breitling family home since returning to Switzerland, because apparently they took that one in and gifted him a new Navitimer instead. After Carpenter's Breitling prototype, this Omega Speedmaster is certainly his most important timepiece and one of the most significant Omega watches of all time. The tribute to astronaut Speedmasters are known among collectors as the ultimate grail Speedmaster. I cannot disagree. There's a reason that Omega used it as the Moonshine Speedmaster in 2019. Used that design, I should say. Obviously, these timepieces have an overlapping interest beyond watch collectors, as they are significant artifacts to collectors of space-related ephemera as well. The 18-karat yellow gold case is in fantastic shape, preserved in an unpolished state. The dial is fantastic. The bezel remains in great overall condition. Of course, since the watch is a post-Moon Speedmaster, it is powered by caliber 861, one of only 30 examples. On October 20th, 2022, just a few months ago, Wally Schirra's personal Omega Speedmaster Professional BA 145022 was sold for almost $2 million, $1,906,954. This particular watch comes directly from the Carpenter family. Of course, as Eric Wind is wont, he has the reference points video on the Omega Speedmaster as well. If you would like to watch, the Hodinkee Omega Speedmaster reference points video was filmed with Eric Wind. and let's go check out what Rob Report and Paige Redinger had to say about it. But you can see it is offered at the princely sum of $1.5 million, $1,500,000. Amazing. Astronaut Scott Carpenter's Gold Omega Speedmaster can be yours for $1.5 million. The ultra rare and highly collectible historical timepiece is being sold by Wind Vintage. Omega has donned the wrists of more than a few action heroes, including James Bond, but the real life Superman that donned the timepieces as tool watches in NASA's space program are perhaps the most exciting brand ambassadors, if you can call them that. Now, one of the ultra rare Omegas owned by one of the astronauts is coming up for sale in what could be a once in a lifetime event. Completely agree. This is really exciting. Meech, man, how honored am I to see your face?
Hey, what's going on, Lord?
It's been a while. How are you doing, my
It
man?
has. It's been a minute. It has been a minute.
JJ, $5. Hello from Michigan. From Michigan to Minnesota. Man.
Fuck Michigan. No, I'm just joking.
Not now, man. Come on, man. That was just a huge shooting in Michigan State. Like, really, is it the time?
Wasn't it like yeah? I mean, that's very tragic. Get off topic, but wasn't it like 3 days ago?
Oh, you're saying it's already old news.
Well, no, not necessarily, but I know it was in the news here a couple days ago. If anybody should get news coverage, though, it should be Ohio. But funny enough, that's not getting news coverage.
Yeah. JJ, thank you so much for that super chat. Of course, you get yet another number into as for your entry into the raffle. So today's first super chat is JJ for the late show, and he gets number. Let me see. He gets number 41. No, 42, because Magpie at the end of that last stream squeezed in the last super chat. So for the first super chat of this stream, JJ gets number 42. And you can always check out the community page for the guidelines and details. Well, Mitch, nice to see you, man. I'm glad you are back. I'm glad you are back. I adopted your posture. You usually used to lean over the kitchen counter, which has become my pose until I set up my studio, and you're sitting comfortably. That's nice to see.
Honestly, I'd almost prefer to stand. I don't know why nowadays actually, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you gotta switch it up.
Good to hear. So, what do you think about Mr. Wind unearthing Scott Carpenter's own Speedmaster, the tribute to astronauts?
Who?
Eric Wind just came upon Scott Carpenter, the second American in space, his Omega Speedmaster that was gifted to him by Omega in 1969 after the successful mission, after the successful moon landing. He wasn't part of that, but he was part of the entire project, of course. So he was honored along with 25 other colleagues. You're not
All right.
You're not very interested or touched by this story.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I guess. I mean, it's not Rolex, but look, I will say this: a Speedmaster is a Speedmaster. They all kind of look the same. They all kind of do the same thing, right? And
Ooh, man,
it's not really. There's not much to them, honestly. There really isn't. And I think that's what makes the Speedmaster great. It's like a one from today looks exactly like one from the 1800s, and I think that's kudos to them. Kudos to
man,
them for keeping it simple.
Just I will let me show you this beautiful picture of my brothers of another mother, the Davidoff brothers from Geneva, Switzerland, who specialize in Speedmasters. I'm sure they will get really angry at you. Look, I mean, you don't want to mess with these guys, right? Especially
Ah,
especially Roy or Roy. You don't want to mess with them.
I mean, if they're wearing Speedmasters, all I need is like a little glass of water, you know?
You're too much, Meech. You're too much. Um, but yes, I understand what you mean. But like you said, one of the things that makes these iconic watches so great is their dependable design, the fact that you can't mistake them for any other watch. You see a Speedmaster on someone's wrist, you recognize it, like the Navi Timer, like the Submariner. A lot of these iconic designs are unmistakable. And even though they are representative of a certain genre, they're still not like any other design. And that gives them a certain timelessness, for the lack of a better word. I know it's very used, but add it to my vocabulary of iconic, exquisite, and now we have timeless. It's a timeless design.
For sure.
So let me read on a little bit. Feel free to interrupt and jump in at any time for comedic effect or serious objections each. So Wind Vintage is putting astronaut Scott Carpenter's 18 karat gold Speedmaster 145022-69 BA up for sale. Now, what do you think about that, Meech? In a way, I want to ask that question. What do you think of Speedmasters in precious metal? Do they strike you as jarring? Do you have the same feeling about precious metal Daytonas? Why not?
Um, yeah, no, I think they're great actually. I think if they were in a reasonable price bracket, I would probably buy one. If they were like 15 grand tops, I'd probably buy one. I think what the average is, what, 31,000, 41,000, somewhere in there, between 30 to 40,000, put it that way. For a gold Speedmaster, if you're looking brand new, I think that's a bit much, but I'm not particularly a fan of this particular Speedmaster in gold. I'm more of a fan of the newer ones. I think they look better, and I believe the new ones are only in rose gold. If I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong,
By
Alan.
by newer ones, you mean post
Current
moonshine
versions right now.
or post
No, current
moonshine, or the
Speedmaster.
one just came out, the with the green dial. Do you mean that one, or
Yeah, yeah, those the 386 ones. So they came out the green, the black, and what was it, the champagne. And now I understand this one is its own pocket here, if you will. So I mean, look, I still like this one. I think it's great. But, I mean, what do these go for retail technically?
oh no, wait, this is
He signed himself out of his own show.
the I love when I kick myself out of my own show. Um, you're right to confuse it, because this is the model that Omega resurrected in 2019, um, for the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. Let me bring that up. Um, so there we there we go. This is But the one that Eric Wind is offering for the princely sum of 1.5 million was something actually presented to the astronaut Scott Carpenter in 1969 and was entrusted to him by the family.
Right.
I think this probably it's in the 30s or something, like low 30s.
I mean, I know used you can get them for a fairly reasonable. I think you can get them for like 20, 25.
Okay,
Um,
list price is high 30s actually, 38,000.
so round up, you're hitting 40,000 by the time you add your taxes to it. Look, I mean, I think it's like I said, I think it's great. Just not 40 grand great. I think it's 15 grand tops, honestly. And if they were 15 grand, I'd buy one. I remember when I seen the 3861s come out in solid yellow, solid gold. I don't know. Again, I don't know if they make a yellow one. I'm pretty sure they don't. I don't know. I could be wrong. But when they came out the rose gold ones, I wanted one until I seen the sticker press on them, and I believe those were 31,000 if I'm remembering correctly. Because I'd go
This
for
one?
that black dial one. Yeah, personally, that's the one I would go for.
Yeah, that's the pink gold with kind of like maybe black with like copper accents or something.
Matte black, you can dealer's choice,
Yeah,
whatever. But
almost
yeah,
almost
what is the sticker
40,000.
price on this again?
39,400.
Yeah, no fucking way would I buy it for that much. No, it's overpriced. Because it can't even get wet. And that's that's the other part. You can't even, you're dropping 40 grand on something that can't even get
Yeah,
wet.
it gets you. It gets you wet.
I don't
It's
know
an
about
amazing
that.
watch. It looks good. It looks good.
But
Look, I
yeah,
mean,
I do you only make these in rose gold now for the 3861 and white gold if I remember
is that
correctly,
right?
but they don't make one in yellow.
Well, the isn't the so-called Omega clone of the John Mayer also 3861? Yeah, it is. Yep. So this is the yellow gold version, which they call Moonshine. Which, by the way, I mean, Rolex does that ridiculous thing. I guess Omega had to as well. They call this Moonshine. Their Everrose is Sedna, and then their white gold is Canopus, I think, something like that.
Who
So
gives a
weird.
shit? Honestly, it doesn't matter the brand. It's either white gold, rose gold, or yellow gold. I mean, that's kind of the way
That's right.
the public views it.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
But look, I think
Um,
they're cool. I think they're really cool. I just, like I said, I mean, I don't think they'll ever. I've heard that you can allegedly get them for like lower 30s, like after they've been used and whatnot, mid 30s to 30s. I still wouldn't buy one at that point. Like at the very most, I'd pay 20 grand. But yeah, no, there's no way. I think these watches are worth that much money.
yeah. I think look. I think what makes a gold Speedmaster is cool. Practically is the reason what makes this Speedmaster cool, right? The Rolex Daytona in precious metal is something very luxurious, very beautiful. You know, people love the design. It's great. It's not my absolute favorite, but I came to love the Daytona over the years, and I wouldn't kick one on Oyster Flex out of bed for eating crackers for sure. But I think what makes the Speedmaster in gold very cool is the fact that for the longest time, gold Speedmasters were literally gifts to astronauts. Like they weren't commercially available. So now that they are, it really plays into that wet dream of the average Omega fan. It's like the N plus ultra of Omega Speedmaster.
I would say this though, if these Speedmasters did not have a standard fucking movement in them, and they had a 321 and they made it in gold, I would totally understand the justification of 30,000 or 40,000. But to have the 3861 movement in there and there's nothing different from the fucking standard one, it's such to me that if I'm buying the gold Speedmaster, that's a slap in the face. Now, in the same way, the same way with the Daytonas as well. Same way with Daytonas. You're
Hmm.
not getting an enhanced movement. You're still, I mean, but the only thing I'll say in the Daytona's defense here is you're getting a unique rubber strap that has a piece that has a chunk of metal on it that no other brand has, or very few brands, I should say, do. So
Ah,
either way,
that's
though,
I'm glad you amended it because we are gonna talk about the new Blancpain 50 Fathoms, which has actually, which is in titanium, 47 millimeter case, and has a rubber band with titanium reinforcements inside. So it is kind of like an Oyster Flex, maybe even better, but we'll talk about it. Um, yeah, this is a cool watch. This is a cool watch. Let's talk a little more about it. I completely agree with you, by the way. I think, when it comes to the modern pieces, the premium is so steep, especially between the stainless steel Speedmasters and the gold Speedmasters. It would be an incredible incentive if they had the 321. But honestly, again, I don't trust a lot of the big brands with everything, but I do trust Omega when they say, because I've read long exposés on it, that they have a specific workshop for 321. And even with that, they already have problems delivering enough examples of that watch. So if they had to make the 321 in every single precious metal Omega Speedmaster as well, I'm not sure if they could preserve it as special as it is. Again, I still agree with your premise. It would be great if precious metal Daytonas offered like a flyback option, for example, right? Kind of a more complicated chronograph movement. Why not? It would be great if contemporary precious metal Speedmasters had the 321 beating in them instead of the 3861. Of course, I think that's great. Meech, when you want to talk watches, you actually have good ideas, man.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
most people think I'm the clown here, but then again, every community needs a jester. But who ever heard of a sad clown?
most people think you're. Can you blame them, Meech? When you act like a clown for the most part, can you blame them? You have an entire persona of a troll. Don't you think they're justified in that?
Uh, I don't know. I can't answer. I will say this though.
Fair enough.
Another reason why I wouldn't entertain a gold Speedmaster is because the Speedmaster itself is fairly big on my wrist in general. So I would. It's one thing to buy it at 6.5 and be too big on the wrist. I can live with that. But to buy one at 40,000 and too big on the wrist, that would irritate me.
Wait, let us see that cool Speedmaster.
Mm,
Okay, nice strap, by the way. What do you call that watch?
the Speedmaster. So I actually got this strap
Man,
for like
man.
man on the fucking moon. It's
Thank you, my
when
friend.
you wear this watch when you're in a custody battle for the kids or you're filing bankruptcy. That's what you wear this watch for.
S- Interesting that you would speak of bankruptcy, but we're not gonna get into that.
Yeah, I hear there's a certain member in the community who's on the verge of.
Community. All right.
I hear that person's
Um,
definitely wanting to have money sent to him immediately.
Sand money now, guys. Sand money now. So Carpenter, of course, Paige Redinger continues, was not only an astronaut, he was an aquanaut, aeronautical engineer, test pilot, naval officer, an aviator, and was one of the 7 astronauts selected for NASA's Project Mercury, the Mercury 7, the first human spaceflight program in the United States, April 1959. Again, only the second American to orbit planet Earth after John Glenn. A decade later, America would put the first man on the moon to celebrate that epic historical moment. An astronaut appreciation dinner was held by NASA in Houston to celebrate not only the landing, but also the entire space program. To honor the guests, Omega created its first 18 karat gold Speedmaster, which is this reference 145-022-69BA, to gift to astronauts at the event. President Nixon and Vice President Spiro Agnew were also gifted the timepieces, but were legally unable to keep them. And they ultimately reside in the Omega Museum in Bienne, Switzerland. Wow. It's funny because I think Spiro Agnew had a lot of interesting things going on behind the scenes. He wasn't above a gold Speedmaster, but let's not get sidetracked here. Carpenter's watch is number 6 of the 30 pieces that were made and comes with his name specially engraved on the case back, his space mission, and a special message that reads, to make man's conquest of space with time, through time, on time. Wow. To mark man's conquest of space with time, through time, on time.
Do you think Omega will ever make a Speedmaster in celebration of potentially creating radical genocide on little green men once we conquer like Mars or something like that?
Green
Just
green
saying.
green dial with the blood of Martians.
Exactly.
You know,
Like
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 a
the straps that they put them on are like made from the skins of, of little green aliens.
I love man, Mitch. You know, you're a man of not only exquisite taste, but a special form of intelligence. I must admit, like for someone on a watch stream to foresee the kind of genocide we might inflict on another species, since we haven't had enough already, you know, human on human. We didn't have enough, of course. We didn't cause enough destruction. The first thing we have to do once we get to Mars, we have to obliterate, you know, whatever species inhabits that planet. That's an absolutely brilliant idea.
Well, it's either that or mate with their women, and I feel like that might be a bigger. I feel like that's going to be a harder battle than actually just blowing the planet away.
Whew. Man, I mean, even as a joke, even on an imaginary species, uh, it gets ugly pretty fast. So let's continue. Um, so number 6, with to mark man's conquest of space with time, through time, on time, is the engraving. Of course, Scott Carpenter passed away almost a decade ago now. The watch is now coming to market directly from one of Carpenter's family members. According to Eric Wind, this is the holy grail of Omegas, and there is evidence to back that up. Just last year, astronaut Will Schirra's commemorative gold Speedmaster sold at auction for 1,907,954, pardon me, dollars. And that one came from the second owner who had purchased the piece from Schirra's family. These are, of course, the details of still Carpenter's piece. The listing price for Carpenter's prized gold Speedmaster comes in at $1.5 million, which seems like a bit of a bargain. I'm glad they have a sense of humor. Comparatively speaking, of course, unlike Schirra's Speedy, this one is not up for auction, which means that it will be first come, first serve, and as a historically important piece, likely won't be around for too long. Wow. 861 for all to see. The case back engraved with Mercury 7 and that special message for astronaut Malcolm Scott Carpenter. And finally, the classic wrist shot. This really caught me off guard. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to see something like this today. Um, yeah, very cool, very cool indeed. Did you were you already wearing your Speedmaster, or did you see this and wanted to wanted to get on board with that special uh, flex?
No, I mean, no, I need to throw it on at least once a night and then wind it up here to make sure it still runs. Otherwise, I just kind of forget it in the box. Um, that reminds me, I gotta check a message here because I need to have my Speedmaster pressure tested here because it's been about a year.
Ah,
Oh, okay, he got back to me. That's $150 to god damn it though. They have to send it back to Omega. I asked my Omega rep today because I just bought a strap from him. How
okay.
much it costs to do a pressure test? He said $150, but you have to send it all the way back to Omega. I'm gonna see if my Rolex dealer can do it instead.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, the pressure tests my watchmaker does for free. Uh, you know, but we have a relationship, so that's what it's about. That's one of the good things about having a local watchmaker. I mean, for yeah, you shouldn't go through the trouble of sending the watch back to the manufacturer for a pressure test. That sounds absurd.
I know my
Uh,
Rolex dealer can do it, but I'm sure they're gonna want a fucking pretty penny for it, like 230, 220, something like that. Just spite.
for a pressure test, come on, man,
I don't know.
guys.
I asked him
This
what they
is
were.
why this is why you need to get establish a nice friendship with your local watchmaker. They have a lot of knowledge to give anyways. A lot of them, hey, some may be cantankerous. I'm sorry if you have that kind of experience. Most watchmakers I know are extremely friendly people. They love
there's
finding.
no watchmakers around here. There's none. They're all either controlled by their dealers. So there was. I take that back. There was one around here, but this is like I don't know. Allegedly, there was one like near in my hometown, but this is like 30, 40 years ago. And yeah, that's about it.
Hmm. Well, I mean, again, if you are close to a metropolitan area, you'll be able to find one. Talk to them, patronize them, give your business to them, and they will gladly pressure test your watches for free if you're already bringing business to them. Um, if you don't have a local watchmaker, I understand, but I feel
Oh
like
yeah, of
everyone
course. I
does.
would definitely go to one if there was one around here. But the closest thing I have is my good friends at Wixon's Jewelers of Minneapolis, Minnesota, since they are in-house Patek Philippe and Rolex certified techs, along with JLC. Actually, now I guess I never knew that.
Very cool. Um, I'm glad I end up just giving free advertising to all these people who don't pay me a penny, but I guess we'll roll with it. We'll roll with it.
I'll have them
Um,
send you a gift card or something like that.
yeah, a Christmas card. Like choose a holiday that I don't even celebrate. I think that'd be great.
I can say something incredibly dark right now, but
By all means, man. I'm sure I can take it. I'm not sure about the audience, but
no, I don't think it'd be safe for the audience.
good.
Oh well.
Good. Thanks for saving them the trouble. Thanks for saving them the trouble. Um, okay, let me see. I was posting the link to to Twitter. Uh, I've done that just now. Okay. Let's move on, shall we? Should we talk a little bit about the new Blancpain 50 Fathoms? Did you see that watch?
I don't pay attention to Blancpain because they have literally nothing I can fucking wear, so I really don't pay attention to the brand.
Okay, so here's something that's even more unwearable then at 47 millimeters.
Fuck me dead.
This is a watch that continues the trend. We have seen, first of all, we had seen the new Planet Ocean Ultra Deep. That's why I started the poll. Omega's take on the ultra technical professional diver watch, which they introduced in 2022, that was water resistant to 6,000 meters. And it was 45 and a half millimeters in diameter, if I remember correctly. Of course, there was the Rolex Deep Sea Challenge commemorating the 10th anniversary of uh, James Cameron's descent into the Mariana Trench with, well, inside Deep Sea Challenger. And there was a watch that was strapped on the vessel, which Rolex now replicates in serial production, the Deep Sea Challenge, 50 millimeters in titanium with the mashing bracelet. And here we have 50 Fathoms Tech Gombessa, which ended up being part of 50 Fathoms 70th anniversary celebration, but apparently it was in development for a few years. It's in 47 millimeters, all in titanium, with a unique case structure, with a different kind of complication attached to it, and with a few unique features that we have not yet seen in the 50 Fathoms series. Let's take a look. So this was basically designed together with Laurent Balesta, who is actually an underwater photographer and a marine biologist by trade, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Mark Hayek, who is the president and CEO of Blancpain. And as you can see with their illustration of the timing bezel here, you have something unique, which is a bezel that is divided into 30-minute increments, and that actually notates 3 hours for a full revolution. And that is of course, accomplished by an extra hand that goes around the dial in 3 hours. So let's take a look at this little video that Blancpain has. Act 2. It has an helium escape valve, as you have seen. The new rubber band with titanium reinforcements. Of course, that buckle matches it as well. And this extra hand is actually a 3-hour timer, since that is the ideal time period for a rebreather dive. As you can see, you have white luminous material in for the second hand, for the 3-hour timing hand, as well as in the bezel, which actually is now a ceramic insert with a crystal over it that curves onto the dial. And you also have, for those enlarged Arabic numerals, as well as the rest of the indices, orange colored superluminova for utmost contrast from the black dial, which glows in dark in blue luminosity. And
It kind
people
of
love.
reminds me of Illuminox, the way it has its loom.
How do you mean?
Luminox kind of has the same thing where they throw a bunch of different colors on their bezels and dials. Um, when it's loomed up, it just kind of looks like an array of mess, honestly. But yeah, that's what I kind of reminded of when I look at this watch.
Okay. All right.
In conclusion, it's cheap and nasty garbage.
John D says 47 millimeter is a real dive watch size, but who would wear this other than for diving? It's massive.
The Americans.
Um, I agree. What is the water rating of this wall clock? 300 meters. They have decided that it's not the size, it's the motion in the ocean. They said the important thing is actually the utility of the complication, this new 3-hour timer, rather than an absolute depth rating, which is something that Rolex and Omega uh, have been bickering over in the last stretch of time. Honestly, I don't resent Blancpain for stepping away from them, because even for, look, seriously, unless you are descending into Mariana Trench and you are ultimately also strapping that dive watch on the vessel itself rather than on your own wrist, you really don't need um, more than 300 meters anyways. There's not even a professional diving job where you would have to wear something like this uh, out in the water in anything deeper than 300. So I don't blame them for not necessarily going above and beyond with that. Um, your opinion might, differ, of course. With all due respect, this is mine. Um, I'll say one more thing. I mean, look, I have very puny wrists. Let's be brutally honest here. Um, I'm not sure if I would necessarily wear the 50 fathoms. It's not the watch that I run to get necessarily. On the other hand, it doesn't look that bad at 45. I certainly can't wear something like this, but the 50 fathoms at 45, with I could pull it off. I can see myself pulling it off. It's a big watch. It's an oversized watch. It's a statement watch. But yeah, that being said, I like the aesthetics of this watch. I like the unique case design, which has this center lugs that integrate into that rubber band, which has a titanium reinforcement in it. It's grade 23 titanium, apparently. Uh, Not a mistake. Grade 2, 3. Surgical grade, apparently. Um, the highest grade possible. Um, I like the fact that the black, everyone goes crazy about Moses Vanta black. This is apparently 97% um, absorbs 97% of light. So what they call an absolute black. The orange is there to contrast with it, and it glows in dark in uh, blue. And the seconds, the 3 hour counter, as well as the luminous material in the bezel, which is ceramic within a crystal, unlike the sapphire bezels of the 50 Fathoms watches since 2003. I think it's a very interesting combination. I can understand that Meech is not a huge fan of it because there's just too much going on, too many colors on the dial. I can understand that.
Oh
I
no, I'm
think,
not. The size. I mean, I think the watch, from a bird's eye view, if you will, is fine. I think it's great. It's the fact that it's 47 mils, and how thick is this thing again? 15 millimeters. Either way, it's just gonna be way too fucking big. It's way too big. It's one thing. It's one thing to have a big watch like at 42 mils, 43 mils, and thin. Yeah, you can probably get away with it. But if you have the combination of 47 mils and thick as well at 15 millimeters, or even at 13 millimeters, it's just gonna look ridiculous.
yeah, it's right under 15, right under 15 millimeters actually. So 14.81. Um, well, I
Forget
mean,
about it.
yeah, it's if it were too thin, that would be another issue. But 47 is 47, anyways. If you had a slender case with that, it would still sit like a 47 millimeter on your wrist. So it's fine. It's fine. I think that's a normal um, thickness for a watch like this, especially because it has a sapphire case back. Um, I think that's decent. Again, this is how it glows in the dark. That 3 hour hand that makes a full revolution in, you guessed it, 3 hours around the dial, is in green, as is the second sand, and as is the luminous material in that ceramic bezel insert, which has a crystal over it that curves downward into the dial as if to draw attention to it. Water resistant up to 30 bar, approximately 300 meters, as we mentioned. Grade 23 titanium case, which makes it light, and that makes sense. 47 millimeters, again, almost 15 millimeter thick. You want to have some heft, but not all that much. You want something that sits nicely and comfortably on the wrist. The central lugs, to which the rubber strap is attached, screwed to the back of the lugs with internal titanium reinforcement. And there we go. You have the Blancpain 13P8 self-winding movement, which has that incredible power reserve of 120 hours, which is something I love about the Blancpain 50 Fathoms. And the oscillating weight, the rotor weight, uh, is marked for Gombessa, the expedition company that operates in the Mediterranean and that gave the utilitarian inspiration to this piece. Self-winding, 5-day power reserve, silicon balance spring. I love, I gotta love Blancpain for sticking to their guns. Once again, thankfully, this time it comes right after this shot of the movement, but They insist on presenting an automatic movement, presenting a self-winding movement without the rotor weight, like as if to fuck with people. Gotta appreciate their persistence with that. But yes, this is an automatic movement, guys, as you see right here. Silicon balance spring, of course, which has been ubiquitous in the Swatch Group watches, and to which they have just introduced the Spirit fine tuning system, as you guys know. But that's another discussion, and that's not part of this watch. I really like the aesthetics of this watch. I like it as an idea, and that is what it mostly is. No, I mean, would you, even if, okay, let's put it this way, Meech. Uh, Even if you were a real American, big guy, 300 pounds, with 9-inch wrists, would you buy one of these watches like the 50 millimeter deep sea challenge, ultra deep planet ocean, or something like this? Would you
Well,
buy?
what is this going for? First of all,
What is it going for? That is a great question. I don't think I have read the price.
price is everything.
28,000. It's supposed to come out before the end of the year.
Yeah, fuck that. Even if I was a fat piece of shit American on a mobility scooter, I would not touch this thing for 28,000. I mean, that's a terrible investment value right there. You're not going to get your money off of it. I mean, you'll be lucky to get even half that, maybe even 30% off of that. I'll take the deep sea challenge any day of the week over this thing right here. No, thank you. No, thank you. You're just looking for trouble when you buy this fucker.
But so you would, however, if you were a huge guy, you would buy a 50 millimeter watch, a 50
Oh, of
millimeter
course.
Rolex. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Why wouldn't I? Yeah. Yeah. I'd even buy the Planet Ocean. I would buy the Planet Ocean over this. At least the Planet Ocean, theirs I believe is what? I believe it's 15 grand, something like that. I might even be overshooting it. But at least you'll get some of your money back off from this damn thing. As where a Blancpain, nobody knows who fucking Blancpain is. Nobody gives a shit. I mean, you buy that thing for what did you say, 28,000? A dealer's going to offer you maybe 5,000 at best.
You gotta
What is this
listen
going
to the
for?
way truth hits sometimes. 12,000 on the bracelet, 11,700 on the
Hey,
rubber.
look at that. It's a way better deal. There's not even a comparison here. It's a way better deal. It's a safer investment. It's a safer bet. You're getting a brand that
Investment.
actually has recognition.
mm, Investment, I wouldn't say so, but yeah, it's a better deal. I can see that. I can see that. Unless you're a huge fan of the 50 Fathoms period, and you are taken by that design, you are taken by the story and history of it. The Planet Ocean 6000 Ultra Deep is a good
Yeah, but
deal.
Lord, you buy this for what? You buy this for okay, let's just say you buy the one on rubber. So you get your 15% knocked off of it. I mean, shit, you're walking out the door at maybe 10 and a half, 10.7 by the time you add your taxes onto it. Then you go to sell it, flip out of it, whatever. You could probably pull 8 grand minimum off of it. Yeah, it's a steep loss, but I mean, it's nothing compared to like the Black Pan or whatever, Blink Pan, whatever the fuck it is. You buy that for 28,000, you're not even gonna get close to your 20s. I mean, you'll probably sell that. You'll probably dump it for a massive loss of like 15,000 is probably the best you'll get out of that.
Mm.
It's not worth it.
John D says the leadership at Blancpain should be drawn and quartered for refusing to build a 42 millimeter FF. We don't condone violence, John D, but I understand the sentiment absolutely. Act One, as you know, was a reduced size 50 fathoms, was 42.5, in fact, for the three primary markets, 70 units a piece, but that was a limited edition. So, John D, I think you have a point, and it would be well appreciated from Blancpain as a move to have a 50 fathoms that is more shrunk, that is smallerly sized. Mitch, can you allow me a short break? Would
Yeah,
you
sure.
entertain our audience?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Quite frankly, I got to be frank and honest with you. I think if I like the Planet Ocean, I genuinely do like the Planet Ocean. I just wish they would redesign the case. The 39 mil and a half is a great size actually. It's just too damn thick. At 15 millimeters thick, I feel like Omega can shave that down to at minimum 13 millimeters. 13 millimeters. If they shaved it down to 13 millimeters on the 39 mil and a half, I think you would have the perfect watch. It has a better bracelet than the Seamaster, better depth rating, and more modern case design. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have that helium escape valve on there. So um, I never understood why Omega made these, other than the fact that they wanted to copy Rolex, and just simply Omega didn't have any ideas. Now, funny enough, they're just now starting to roll these out in the showroom cases. I think Omega just flopped hard last year. I think they just flopped pretty hard. It wasn't entirely their fault. It was just supply issues, honestly, that kind of screwed them over. Popular or yeah, I know Watch Gringo was spinning a story saying, "Oh, Omega's getting to be just like Rolex." Well, Watch Gringo was talking out of her ass. To be honest with you guys, I got to be frank and honest with you guys. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
I love this time. I love you, Mitch. I'm glad for once you brought up another YouTuber. At least you talk shit about them rather than exalting them. So that's an improvement. But thank you for taking the reins. Ozzy, my man, how are you doing, man?
Hey guys, good to see Original Meat spreading the truth about the everyone's favorite homage brand, Omega.
Yeah, yeah. No. By the way, we see Ozzy's got the Russian tracksuit on.
Oh yes, yeah, and sporting the Casio this evening. So
Oh, bike me, dead. Jesus Christ, times are really tough for Ozzy now.
I don't have a day date 36 in gold.
Hey, that
would,
could actually go very well with the Hulk right there. Wearing black, black and
actually,
white. You could wear
you know
the
what?
Hulk.
That is the Russian tuxedo watch.
Yeah,
Like that tuxedo deserves Mitch's day date. That's an absolutely gangster look, and I'm not trying to pun there. I mean, it's just a killer look.
I did see a Russian wearing this at a pizza shop here in Las Vegas, but he did have a gold day date and a tracksuit, but the tracksuit was like multicolored rainbowish camo.
Ooh,
Like it was
Rainbow
every
I mean, it
color.
has to be a solid color, right? And you have to have the white
rainbow
beater
too.
underneath it too, just to complete the look with the gold
It,
chain.
it has to be, I mean, if we are attending a black tie event, it has to be a solid color. Solid color, three stripes only, no other patterns. Certainly not pink or rainbow. What the hell is that? Not even camo.
Yeah, I originally purchased this tracksuit, ironically, as in I'd wear it ironically. It's just so out there and silly because I bought an AK, and nobody shoots AKs at competition matches, and so I decided to get an AK and then get the tracksuit, and then I had a whole bunch of operator dudes, ex well, current military actually. It's Washington, so it's current military.
Guys, by AK, Aussie certainly doesn't mean Akrivia, the watch brand. He means the Kelly, the Kalashnikov
Yeah.
AK-47. And I have already mentioned we don't condone violence here, but he's an athlete. He shoots competitively, so
Yeah,
it's a
and I had a few
different
operator
issue.
dudes saying like, you're wearing what we're described that we are supposed to shoot at. it's it's a
Jesus,
rough attire for what we're to be shooting at.
I agree. Um, yeah, so we were inspired, shall we say, by Blancpain's new 50 Fathoms Gombessa Tech, one of the 70th anniversary editions, the one with the 3-hour timer, and we were kind of taking a poll. If you were to buy that sort of ultra tech diver, what would you buy? The options were the Deep Sea Challenge, the 50 millimeter Monster, the 47 millimeter Blancpain 50 fathoms Tech Gombessa, and this Planet Ocean, which has 6,000 meters of depth rating and scales around at 45 and a half. What do you think, Ozzy? Would you seriously consider any of these watches if they sat right on your wrist?
Not at all.
No?
It's just not in my wheelhouse at all. I've tried to look at all the stuff that Blancpain have done, but yeah, I don't feel any of it. No, I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't feel it.
What about what about the Deep Sea Challenge or the Planet Ocean Ultra Deep?
The ultra deep, like right from the beginning, this was like it's kind of clearly, you know, measuring. How do I say measuring phalluses type of
Okay.
exercise. It seemed it was very directed. I mean, they had even the promotional material so very specifically about the Marianas Trench. It was really really hard to stomach that as a watch. There's definitely a market for this. I mean,
Mhm.
I could totally see someone saying, you know what, I don't want the deep sea. I want one of these. You know, they're more colorful and
Yeah.
especially in the titanium models, I think they offer a different look, a different feel than, say, a deep sea. That being said, that look and feel is someone who wants something that's much bigger than a deep sea. Because I've seen relatively regular guys wear a deep sea, and like, you know, to everyone in the watch community, it's like, oh, you need a bigger wrist for that. In reality, it's friggin' normal. It's normal enough, you know. My doctor at the emergency room, like he had scrubs on and gloves, and the glove was like pulled over the deep sea, and so clearly not big enough to prevent you putting gloves over the top of the deep sea.
Jake Brooks, 9.99. Thank you so much, my friend. Nice crew, Aussie, Meech, and YB. Thank you.
G'day, Jake Brooks.
Um, I agree. On the one hand, I do agree that for the average person who wants to wear a watch, when they think of a sports watch, when they think of a watch overall, they they think big. I've just seen a guy. Um, I stopped by the cigar lounge on the way back home. He had bought this extra case and bracelet set for his new Apple Watch that made it look even bigger.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And Meech has that watch, and he can already tell you how big it looks on the wrist to begin with. But this guy
Yeah.
had brought a special case for protection. But he was telling me quite directly that he likes how much it makes it look bigger.
Yeah.
So for for a large segment of the population, that's nice. That's cool. That's even tasteful to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
To us who obsess over details, small details, nuances, it might be a little too big. And deep, I don't know how these measure next to each other, but deep sea, I know on paper is what, 44?
Yeah, I've never
The
seen
regular
anyone
deep
take a
sea.
real measurement to it, but it's
I know you.
genuinely big in person.
I know what you're trying to say there, Ozzy. Let's not get there. But yeah, speaking speaking of dick measuring contests, um, but yes, so deep sea is on paper 44, and this is 45 and a half on paper. But who knows how they actually size up next to each other?
Yeah.
Um, that's a
I
good
bet
The
you if
question.
you
deep
took
sea
off that
isn't,
NATO, it would be pretty much right on the dot with each other. Because I'm
yeah.
willing to bet they're figuring in that NATO in the height.
The the deep sea is it's sort of like the Tudors. It has one unfortunate angle, and that is like looking at it, down down here, your eyeball going down here, and you see that flank side of the
Mm.
watch. Aside from that, I don't think height is such a big deal. I
Okay.
believe, but all of these models will have a helium escape valve on the left-hand side there, breaking up that flank just a little bit. So yeah, I think we all make too much of these
Which,
dimensions.
by the way, we were just talking about how the new Blancpain at 47 scales under 15 millimeters, and they didn't really try pushing the boundaries of water resistance or depth rating all that much. They left it at 30 bar, and that helped them clearly shave a lot off that case. I mean, if you look at the ultra deep, it's 18.1, right? So that's a hockey puck of a watch compared to the Blancpain 50 fathoms. And I think Rolex Deep Sea is somewhere between that. No, it's 17.7 apparently. So it's less than this, but not not that close to how the new 50 fathoms Tech Gombessa scales.
But we got the wrong panel for these watches. We got a whole bunch of teeny tiny boys over here today.
That's true. That's
Speak for
true.
yourself, Ozzy. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm fucking huge over here.
Pause. Pause. But it's true. I mean, I'm glad, or like it's true for the two of us, Ozzy. Let's if maybe Meech is really, um, it's just the angle. I know Minnesota is cold at this time of the winter, so maybe there's a little bit of a shrinkage, but and his
Significant
wrists are
shrinkage.
actually huge, like Mike the Snake size. The two of us, honestly, you're right. We're not cut out to wear these big, manly, professional diving watches. This is not our game.
Yeah, I wish I could rock one. I wish I could. I think it's cool. Like, just have all the divers. Just fuck it. Just get all of them, the biggest one included. Wear that $26,000 Rolex titanium deep sea challenge. Why not just wear that one as well?
Mm.
I don't know. I feel like it depends on who you are, but I feel like you can wear these bigger watches, but you have to be the right person to do it. And like my Omega rep, like I was saying, like he walks around the showroom wearing a 46 mil Breitling Navitimer, and he's tall and lanky. He's like, it seems harsh to say, but he's like the Lurch,
Hmm.
just just a towering guy. And that thing looks like a dinner plate on his wrist. But I mean, he'll wear it wearing a nice suit, and he's confident with it. And then I don't know, it works for him. It works for him. Or you could be the kind of the polar opposite, where you could be that guy who's wearing like JBJB, right? Or I mean Jake Brooks, excuse me. He's got the bedazzled Daytona, so he's got his gold chains, he's got his gold teeth, so he could probably pull off like a 48 mil solid gold Yachtmaster too. I mean, it would work for him, honestly. It would work.
That's the other thing, by the way, Ozzy. That's the other thing you're missing. like that zipper needs to go down and certainly expose some sort of gold chain. Ideally, whatever presents your religious faith, which I'm not going to assume, but you do you. But yes, it has to be a gold chain.
That's
Gold
fun.
chain,
Hey
gold
man,
Rolex.
those tennis they call them tennis necklaces. It's just all diamonds.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That looks very tasteful. I could do that. I could
Nice.
swing that. How much do those go for? That can't be cheap. That's a lot of diamonds.
I'll take
20,
you.
I think 20,000, something like that. It depends.
Hey, Ozzy,
Wow.
if you now that you have the au pair, and Meech, this is my signal to you to harass Ozzy about the au pair. But now that you have the au pair, you gotta come to Los Angeles, and I'll take you to places in the jewelry district, literally called Rappers Jewelry, and we can shop for your tennis necklace.
That'd be great.
Yeah, Ozzy wants to
as
feel
a
like
s-
there's a midget hanging off his neck. He just wants like that giant, like Flavor Flav clock there. Completely bedazzled.
I don't know, man. I've only today was my last day of leave, and you can see like the kinds of things that I have to do. I got to back up my phone. I got to clean the spare room, and I got to do taxes. Not good.
Nice.
And then because we're entertaining a
done
new
taxes
visitor,
yet?
we got to do a gym visit. We got to go to the strip. We got to do a hike. What's this say? Pizza party tomorrow. It's
Nice.
fucking
What's the
things
pizza
aren't
party
getting
for?
simpler, man. They're not getting simpler.
Yeah, yeah. Who's the pizza party for?
The au pair. Like we're trying to get her acclimatized to Las Vegas, and been
Wait,
trying
wait,
to.
wait, 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 wait. So the babysitter. So that's your way of wooing the babysitter. Is like, oh, well, we know you'd like more money, but it's just not in the budget. So we're just gonna give you a pizza party. Oh, and it's just gonna be a cheese pizza, no toppings. It's gonna be a thin crust too, no stuffed crust.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's literally the case. That's the deal with the au
Jesus
pair.
Christ.
No, that's literally why the au pair would choose this arrangement, is that they want to have someone introduce them to what life is like in America, or
The
specifically Las
only thing
Vegas.
worse I could think of that is if you gave her like a basket of mini muffins, not the full size muffins, but just a basket of mini muffins.
Uh, yeah. Anyway, so my time is actually it's going to be low. I'm dreading going to work on Monday, and we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be working at the end of this year. We'll see what happens. Hopefully not.
What?
No,
Wait,
like I mean, I've kind of had enough. Like I don't need to be working anymore. So why should I?
I
You're gonna be a
mean,
stay-at-home dad.
generally, are you contemplating retirement, or is it just looking for
Yeah,
another gig, maybe?
it'd basically be retirement. Like I'm just sort of, I'm not really confident in this next year going down that well, and I'm not sure if I want to hang around for it.
Okay.
And I've been in the position where I could retire for a few years now, so I don't really. It's not really a stressful proposition. Get to spend more time with the
Wait,
kids, I
for a
guess.
few years and not permanently? Isn't that the whole goal? I mean, based off of what I've
No,
heard.
no, no, no. I've been able to retire with a permanent, with a perpetual withdrawal on my portfolio for the rest of my life.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
So
Nice.
for a few
Very
years, that's been the condition. So the last few years, I've just been pondering, what the hell am I doing still working? I just figure like, until I know what I want to do, I may as well keep drawing the money,
You
But
can always just grow old on the couch, just put on a bunch of weight and just never move from the couch.
Well, honestly, I mean, we are closing on to 40.
yeah,
It's not necessarily too bad to chart another path if it's not maybe retirement per se, but maybe just something else, something that frees up a little more time for you. If that's
yeah.
what you
It's
desire,
it's
why
sort
not?
it's sort of like golden handcuffs. Like I couldn't justify doing anything else from a money perspective. They do pay me quite well. So it's very hard to have like propositions like, oh, I want to start my own business. I want to do X or Y or Z. And none of it would make more money than what I'm making at my job. So,
Right.
at some point you sort of have to get rid of the golden handcuffs and say, okay, I don't care if I fail doing that. I'd rather fail doing that than do another year of this. And I've been there before, like about almost exactly, no, it wouldn't be 10 years. It would be so probably like 12 years ago. I quit my job at NASDAQ. And that was because I figured I'd rather fail at my own business than succeed at another year in this company. It wasn't a terrible company. I would rather fail at my own thing than be successful in another year there.
I think you are, once again, Aussie. I'm sorry, but I've figured you out again. Just as you have domiciled in Las Vegas to be close to all these ADs, you basically waited out until your company collaborates with Tudor, and you are gonna get your custom Blancpain 58 and make a dart for it. Honestly, you're literally doing that again. Like your entire life is built around what you can get in terms of best watches from the situation. Good, more power to you, man. Like you have it planned out so perfectly.
For anyone watching, my company is doing a collab with Tudor for a Blancpain 58, sort of like the Hodinkee Blancpain. There's a few Blancpain 58s that have been customized for different groups, orgs, and stuff like that. I had a little bit of input into the design, but my main thing that has happened, we get to choose the number on the back, like it's a series, of how many are made, X out of Y. My X number I chose as 69.
But
there's nothing like a touch of luxury in class,
Yeah, but please do recognize that was my second suggestion after 23.
I did contemplate 23. I really liked 23, which your suggestion was the year, and there may be a jersey number involved. But
yeah,
I ultimately
we don't want to say Jordan because it's connected to Jordan brand and Nike or wearing Adidas. Is that what it is?
I'm just not a basketball fan, so I'm not super familiar. But yeah, it's a good one. But I felt that even though it's really good, it still required explanation. And I thought a number that didn't require explanation, like 69, would always be stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it's mind-blowing that no one else went for it right away.
Well, yeah.
What was your explanation for that, Ozzy? Since it doesn't require.
No, I think no one had the balls to do it. I guess, like for a lot of these people, it's their first luxury watch purchase, so they just went with the lowest number available. So there was the only weird number that was taken before my pick. So they all just picked an order of what the lowest number they could have. And mine was, the lowest number I could have picked was 20. So the only other numbers taken was 42 and I think 88. 88 must have been some Asian. 42, it's a geek. So that's
88. 88 could have been either an Asian or a neo-Nazi. Pick your.
Right, you actually pointed that out. Right. Yeah, someone had picked 88 before me. Could be.
Jesus.
So the person buying it wasn't Asian, and then you're like.
Yeah, I mean, I would be miffed at that, but that's that's my problem.
Yeah.
That's my personal vendetta, as you guys know. Hey man,
it is an interesting exercise though. Like, just what are the numbers, which are arbitrary, supposedly? What are the numbers that people value higher than others? Apparently 69 is 20 within our audience, but I don't know. I think just some people, just because it's like their first luxury watch, they didn't want to put something silly on it, something fun. But I think objectively 69 is a pretty damn strong number, like stronger than 20.
Yeah, I would say that it's a very, when you put those two numbers together, they have a pretty suggestive shape, it's cool. I mean, again, I like it. I
Yeah.
do like it.
I also I struggled to imagine anyone picking 13. I think someone skipped 13, but they didn't go for 20 for some reason, but they skipped 13. I don't know who would ever accept 13 even. Not that everyone's superstitious, it's just, I mean, they don't put it on American buildings for a reason,
I
Right.
this is like way back in the day, but we had this transfer student in. This was in high school, for senior football. And he picked lucky number 13. And look, the guy was good. He was really good. Anyways,
Yeah.
long story short, we were practicing, and we were kind of fooling around. Anyways, and, and he told our quarterback, he said, just throw it, and I'll catch it. You just throw it as far as you can. And the quarterback's like, all right, man. So he threw it, and this guy takes off running, and he's so focused on the ball. He looks behind him. He's so focused on the ball that he doesn't see the sled right in front of him, and he fucking runs into it full speed with his gut, and fucking just all you hear is this loud slam. And he's laying on the ground there for like 30 minutes there, just heaving and heaving. The trainer's like standing there because we gotta remember these are trainers who are like school nurses. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. He's coughing up blood and everything. They had to take him to the ER and shit like that. So I don't know. Some people kind of equated that to him, taunting or rather carelessly wearing the number 13. So
Yeah. Like, I think 13 can be cool enough if you want to own it. Like, I totally think that it's, like, I wouldn't mind it that much. I just wouldn't pick it because I know how much of the market just wouldn't find it acceptable. It's just too much. And so you got to go with the crowd ultimately if you have any sense in terms of it retaining any value at all. That being said, I have pink golf club grips because they're cheaper than black ones.
It's the bargain bin.
Exactly. If I get a couple $100 off a watch, I'll take 13. It's fine.
well, Ozzy, let me ask you something here. Which number would you not go for the most? Lucky number 13 or 666 on if it was written on the back of a watch?
The way you phrase that question is kind of difficult. I mean, I'd rather have 13. I think 13 is sort of like universally sort of like not cool, not desirable, but 666 is almost childish. It's sort of like the 19-year-old Satanist sort of thing to put 666 on something. It's not very hardcore. It's not even metal. You know what I mean? Like 13 is
I've
a
run into a
little
few
metal.
people who just they're absolutely terrified of the number. I remember there's this lady in front of me who was getting her groceries, and her bill came out to $6.66, and she's like, "Oh no, we can't have that." And she rounded it down to like $6 and like 68 cents or something like that,
Right.
just for the principal, or rounded up, excuse me, whatever.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, it's a number that I can pick ironically because I used to actually listen to a lot of that childish metal shit when I was, when I was a teenager. So, and I still, I still can go back to some of those songs, like a lot of Slayer, a lot of Merciful Fate, a lot of even Norwegian black metal,
Right.
of which the musicians are actually despicable human beings. A lot of them, like a lot of them, are actual neo-Nazis and criminals, people who burn down historic churches. None of which you can condone. But as far as the music goes, ironically or not, I can still, blast it once every so often. So 666 for that reason would be cool. 13, I'm not a superstitious person, but it has so many moments in history, even in relatively recent past, where Apollo 13. We were just talking about Apollo 11. Apollo 13 was a particularly ominous mission, in terms of its failure. Um, I mean, the whole Last Supper was a configuration, as you guys know, with Jesus plus the 12 apostles. So it's it's kind of a bad omen. Again, I don't want to be superstitious, and I really am not, but it's not a number that I would go after. Whereas 666 in a childish way is funny. It's ironic. It's the number of the beast. Ooh.
Yeah. Like to me, like 666 is just too laughable, while 13 and wearing that is like a little more metal than wearing 666. So that's
Okay,
why I'd go for 13, because
I can see that.
the most you could get out of someone that's doing 666 is like yeah, like you point out, they must be like a real metalhead or something. you know, devil's while someone who's wearing 13, like they're just thumbing their nose at fate. You know what I mean?
By the way, Ozzy, earlier this morning, we were talking about. I did an early show, and we were talking about power reserves, etc. And I was saying, well, 38 hours, for people who have it as one watch or as one of a two-piece combo, that's great. You can work with it, but maybe for a modern collection it might seem lacking, 38 hours when you're rotating so many
Mm.
watches. And I was telling them about your system, your whole exile operation, and I thought that was a good moment to also advertise your channel, which I'm gonna do now. But
Oh,
would you
thank you.
like to share your method of breaking down the value proposition of all the watches in
All
your
right.
collection?
Yeah, yeah. So I've got a spreadsheet where I just keep track of which watch I'm actually wearing each day, and then I'll have another table that actually just counts up all the days that I've actually worn these watches, and I divide the value of the watch over the amount of time I've actually been wearing it. In theory, you're meant to end up with the same number for every watch. So if it's more valuable, you should be getting more out of it. Now, that's kind of hard even in my collection, because a Black Bay 58 is like, $3,000, while the Daytona is like 30,000. So, I'm supposed to only wear the Black Bay 58 like 2 days of the year, and that's enough value out of it. But honestly,
And
I'll wear that
so,
watch more. Yeah. So,
do you take into account roughly the market value rather than the price tag or what you paid for it? Is that right?
yeah, I tend to do market value because for me in markets, like I say that if you could have liquidated higher and you didn't, you've made a mistake. But I'm not there to go back and say everything is a mistake. Everything is a mistake, generally speaking. But yeah, I take market value as true value basically, and that'll change over time. I mean, if you want to look at like cost paid, I think it sort of skews things in weird ways. Like for example, I paid 19,000 for the Hulk, and about 13,000 for the Daytona. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like because I got them from different places. One was gray market, the other one wasn't. So yeah, I don't think it
You
makes any
know,
sense.
oh, 10:33.
Whoa.
Ali Reza again with a meaningful super chat. $10.33. I'm too tired to ruin your show tonight. Oh, come on. That's a bunch of bunk. Ali, jump on if you would like. Um, so I'll just do this. Have a good episode, man. I appreciate you, but
Lovely,
please,
man.
yeah, feel free to jump. The more, the merrier. We got the main points of discussion out of the way, and especially because I did an early show, we can talk about a little bit later, maybe about blacked out watches and how they are coming back. There was already two different kinds of blacked out diver watches as hot new releases. The Zodiac Super Sea Wolf GMT was a blacked out watch. Unimatic just did a collaboration with exquisite timepieces out of Naples, Florida, for a blacked out version of their Modello Uno. So we can talk about that kind of stuff, but we were doing well. Do you want to pull up your spreadsheet so people can have a sample of that?
Yeah, maybe.
Halsey?
Let me have a quick look. Let's see here. Watch use. There we go. All right. Let me bring this down so it doesn't end up being grossly huge. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right. Window. Now, if I cut out completely here, it's because for some reason when I share my screen, USB power seems stressed out, and I may end up just fully blanking out here.
Okay, hopefully not.
There we go. So this is this year so far. There's a week number, and these are the watches I've been wearing. I'm trying to wear one watch as much as possible, like a week at a time, not like trying to do an intraday change. But when I tried to wear the Batgirl exclusively, I kind of failed. Like I ended up wearing the Hulk on this day, had a full solid week here, but then I had to do Seiko. I just had enough of having a nice watch. I had to do a shooters for the whole week pretty much. Friday and Saturday, I probably had to go out somewhere, had to wear something respectable. But then then straight back to the shitter. And then I just wanted to wear the Polar again. I was wearing the Polar a lot late last year. I've just been really enjoying it. Yesterday I wore the Casio, and today I wore the Hulk most of the day today, actually.
I wanted to ask, by the way, I don't think we had this conversation, not that you would have to go into any kind of detail, but I know until this year, you didn't really get your Batgirl even out of the safe and got it properly sized, something
Right,
like that,
correct.
or was it
Yeah,
sized
correct.
for
It
your
was
wife?
sized for my wife, so I couldn't literally wear it.
So what happened? Like, what urged you to finally
to
start
do that.
wearing it and wear it more this year?
Yeah, so this is 2022, so the Batgirl doesn't appear there, but this gives like what I see at the end of the year. So cost per day. So this is how much Rolex costs you per day. It's not that much in terms of opportunity cost, anyway.
If you have an entire collection of half a dozen Rolexes, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if you just wear one watch, like this number dwindles to like really really low. So that's
Yeah.
probably the best. So yeah, let me jump out of that. So basically, when I got my first luxury watch, it was the Submariner Date, and I talked to my wife and I said, wow, our SA actually came through. I bought you your favorite watch, the Yachtmaster, and that could have been the end of the story, and is for many. But our SA actually did come through with the Submariner, which is amazing. And then I said, but the watch I really, really, really love as well, like the Submariner is just the one that I've always wanted since like 2008, 2007 sort of thing. It was really
And
the
actually,
Batgirl.
you were saying that the Submariner that you wanted was the Hulk in a way, right? Is that
No.
isn't that what
At
you
the
said?
time, my friend had the Kermit, the
Okay.
original Kermit, but what I wanted probably was the bluesy. So I'm not being purely consistent. I didn't get a bluesy. I did get just the black one. But yeah, ultimately, I got the sub, and then I told my wife, I can just stop right here. Like, we do have a good relationship. She's, the SA's honest, they'll deliver watches, but this is enough, right? But in the meantime, I had said, what I really, really want ultimately is a Batgirl. But my thinking was there may be some other journey that happens before getting that. But I get a call literally 2 weeks after the Submariner, and I get the Batgirl. So it was just too soon. Like, I was still in the honeymoon phase with the Submariner, and this was a lot of money. Like, I've never spent more money than I've spent on these watches, just full stop. Next nearest thing would have been my wife's engagement ring. I think that was about like £6,000. So I just, I'm not going to say no. It was just not really good timing. I didn't want to distract myself from enjoying the Submariner, and I just said, okay, let's just size it for my wife, and I'll decide what event down the line will warrant getting the Batgirl on my wrist. And a few events came and went, like important ones too, birth of my daughter and stuff like that. But there are so
I
many
was
other
gonna say,
watches
yeah.
being acquired, so I never need to it's time to slot in the Batgirl. But the 10-year anniversary was strong enough to warrant, okay, time to get it out of the safe, size it for me, and let's exchange gifts.
Nice. I mean, again, like you said, becoming a father for the second time seems pretty meaningful. But also your 10th anniversary this year, for
Yes.
which, of course, you got Miss Expat a very nice gift, a very nice Rolex at that.
And Van Cleef and Arpels Eternity ring.
Oh, it's very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Which
Are you
I'm also owed some hot Rolex for sure. That VCA is also owned by a group that also owns the Rolex store, so I got to call in my chips at some point.
And by the way, I mean, otherwise put, by the way, Van Cleef Arpels is also owned by Richemont, the brand itself.
Oh, right.
So,
Right.
I mean, it has to be anyways. Like, it's very hard to find a brand at this point in time that's not owned by a luxury conglomerate or by an investment company. I mean, it's either one or the other. But anyway, so Van Cleef and Arpels is part of the Richemont structure.
I got to say, I don't think Van Cleef and Arpels has an extreme premium. Like, we shopped around for other options for getting an Eternity ring or that style of ring, and the way that the other places are cheaping out, and they really don't need to be, is that their diamonds just aren't as nice. And when you're going down to numerous smaller diamonds, the quality of the diamond, I think, matters a lot more. At least visually, apparently, it's a huge difference, because from other places that weren't using as high quality of a diamond, as high quality of a setting, they just really didn't sparkle.
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. So, but you are, having taken the GMT Master to the Batgirl on the Jubilee bracelet out of the safe, are you still chasing that 10th anniversary watch, or are you
No, that's done.
pulling that off?
It's the 10th anniversary watch. Now it's just the 40th, and we'll see where we go. I figure it has to be, like, after getting the Explorer 2 last year, that was, by most people's accounts, Explorer 2 is a downgrade from a Steel Daytona. I'm not gonna try say why that should be the case. I mean, Explorer 2, I really, really love it, but it's not an upgrade from a Daytona. And I said at that point, I'm not gonna do more side grades from here. like side grades or downgrades. It's just there's too many watches right now. Like for me to rotate through them and give them the appropriate appreciation, I'm at the limit. Like I think it's 10. It's too much already, and I still want more. So I'm at the point where I'm going to have to potentially sell a watch. I don't want to do that. I don't want to hassle my life with that option. But if push comes to shove, that Speedmaster will go.
Oh man, the hate never ends. The hate
Yes.
never ends.
Yeah.
The hate never ends. And
You can't
it's
have.
it's the funniest thing. Like you two, who actually have Speedmasters in your collection, and Meech actually has one on the wrist. You're putting me in a position where I end up defending Omega. It's like, well, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? You're bashing it too much.
I think when it comes down to it, you have to. Every collector needs to have one of the three iconic chronographs in the rotation, right? It's either going to be the Zenith, the Daytona, or the Speedmaster. And the Speedmaster is like a call girl, extremely cheap and easy and accessible to anyone. So at that point, you really don't have to worry about it. You can just buy it. Say you own a chronograph, you own the most iconic one. And when you get bored of it and tired of it, well, you just throw it away to the side. And then, if you ever get tired of it or want it back again, you can buy it again, cheap and easy.
Look, I mean, I do agree with that. I would expand, kind of the, for me, the top three actually would be probably Rolex Daytona, Omega Speedmaster, and Breitling Navitimer, actually. But I would include, of course, yes, Zenith El Primero and Breguet Type 20. I think that's like top five iconic chronographs off the top of my head. Of course, there are things that are more impressive, more complicated, more luxurious. But when you think of this sporty chronograph, that's the top five. Sorry, Ozzy, I cut you off. Please go ahead.
No worries. I mean, despite me having paid 7,200 plus tax for the Speedy, I think I would do an exchange for a Tudor Black Bay chrono. I would happily exchange over. And the fact that it's got the Breitling B01 movement, like to me, that would still be an upgrade over the Speedy. I'd be getting an upgrade by trading down value to a Black Bay chrono. And honestly, it looks cool. The only issue is it's probably too big for my wrist. I haven't even bothered putting that on.
No, wait.
It's not big in.
Sorry, go ahead, Mitch.
Well, I was about to say it's not big in because I believe that's a 41 mil, right? So I mean, I can pull it off lug to lug. I mean, the same way I can pull it off a Speedmaster, I guess, lug to lug. I mean, yeah, it hangs a little bit, but not too crazy. It's the thickness that killed it. It's the thick. I mean, but that's what Tudor's biggest flaw is, making watches ridiculously thick for no reason.
Breitling Navitimer in its classic size, which is 41, and it is a hand-wound movement as well. It's slightly smaller than the Omega Speedmaster. I mean, it does have. I think the lugs, in terms of their structure, are a little more extended, and it's been a while, honestly, since I saw them right next to each other. So I don't want to talk too fast here, but I think the Navitimer 41 is like one notch smaller than the Speedmaster. And I'm not just talking about 41 to 42, because 41 with, lugs that are a little more protruding. So it does wear nicely on the wrist, but it's not a 41 that wears like 40. It's a 41 that wears a little bigger. I think if you are fine with your Speedmaster, you would be fine with an Navitimer 41.
I mean, the Speedmaster does such a great job of hiding all of its dimensions. I mean, first of all, from side profile, it's like the sandwich of, sapphire, bezel, mid case, and case back. So the mid case is only like, 5 millimeters or something. It gives an impression that it's actually a very slender watch. And then the bezel is 40 millimeters, even though the case is certainly wider. The bezel doesn't overhang the case. The opposite being true on the Daytona, where the bezel is about 38.4 millimeters, but the case is actually smaller. The bezel overhangs the case. Not on the gold model though. On the gold model, the bezel is not quite as large as the case on the Daytona. So I think the gold Daytona is actually probably measuring at 39 something. So yeah, it's interesting. I just, so one of the things that I dislike about the main thing I dislike about the Speedmaster, the thing that makes it feel cheap to me, is the movement. So when you're hitting those the way the pushes feel, it feels like a cheap movement. Like I'm not a watchmaker, but the fact that it takes 20 inch-pounds to start the watch is crazy.
I know you had a very specific demonstration actually on this very stream,
Yeah.
on this very platform. I remember that. Um, Look, I mean, on average, by and large, I'm not too discomfited by the generalization that column wheel chronographs, like the Rolex Daytona, for example, have a crisper and, in a way, more enjoyable action than uh, a cam switching system, which is what the lineage of the Lemania 1873 slash 861 slash 1861 slash 3861 uses.
Mm-hmm.
Though, a nicely made, nicely assembled, serviced, put together cam switching chronograph should be just fine. I mean, I've never, honestly, I've never felt that my Type 20, which is a cam switching mechanism, um, I never felt it's to be cheap. I feel it's
Mm-hmm.
different. I feel it's like it's in a way it has that sort of click action that I like, a little more mechanical, a little more soulful to me. Um,
That's interesting. I
but
mean,
I don't know.
within the gun world, like trigger feel is kind of everything,
Right.
but I don't think there's a universal trigger, if you get what I mean. As in,
Mhm.
there isn't a trigger that is universally the best trigger for everyone. However, there are characteristics that tend to be undesirable, but some of these characteristics affect other characteristics. So, for example,
Mm.
in general, people like crisper the better, and less movement the better. As in, like the total amount of travel to actually actuate. In general, lower is better, lower weight is better, and crispiness, as in you get to a wall and then it just breaks. The term is like breaks like glass. Like you've got like a tiny little glass rod pinned in like a little fulcrum, and then you break it. That's sort of considered in general the most ideal characteristics, but in the real world, you end up trading one for the other. Like you can get softer, lighter feel by having more travel distance.
Mm.
It being mushy might mean that you are able to, make it overall lighter or more reliable. A little bit of travel distance certainly aids reliability. So you have to make real trade-offs in the real world, and then that's just sort of what we think about in our heads when we're doing it slowly. But then when it comes to actual competition performance, actual speed, things that actually matter, I find SIG's plastic gun, the P320, it's sort of like a Glock, but it's made by SIG. They've got a relatively spongy trigger, but it's very predictable. and I find that I'm faster on that than almost any other trigger. G'day, Professor.
Hi, boss. How are you?
You're gracing us with a nice some bay windows there, or a little sunshine
Oh, looking good. Looking good. I
glass
like it.
hut. Looking good.
I am in Athens.
Oh,
Oh,
very nice.
the old country. The
The
real
old and it's nice and sunny, sunny. It's nice and sunny. Sorry, it's too early here.
I'm gonna jump on you right now, Professor. What's happening with the Lebanese pound?
Oh, there's none. Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
I
I
don't know.
think
I
it's
just had
pretty.
a friend converse with me. It was like, "Oh, Lebanese pound's going to crap." I'm like, I don't even know what it was doing last month. So if you tell me that it's doing something this month, I don't know if that's good or bad. And then I looked up
People
the
should stay
charts.
away
I'm
from
like, the
it.
data doesn't make any sense. I'm like, this just looks like a data problem. It doesn't look like a real
They,
thing.
they they should. Nobody should touch that. They're gonna lose money. It's
So what should you use if you're visiting Lebanon?
the USD.
Okay. All right.
You
Fair enough.
can buy I mean, even before the recent crisis, that's pretty easy to use. You know, like single dollars. You can use it for the service, as they like to say. You know, the kind of taxis you can take from one place to another. You can use single dollars for that.
I use single dollars very very strategically as well.
Well, in Lebanon, well, I don't know about you, Mitch. Not to. I'm not going to be harsh. In Lebanon, you probably, if you have a little bit of riz, a little bit of game, you probably won't have to pay for sex. So that could be a nice break for you, Mitch, from Minnesota.
I told her to put on the Fox ears for tomorrow night, Lord.
But yeah, you know, Lebanon people like having fun. You know, whatever condition the country is in, the party goes on, the show must go on, and that's what I love about the spirit of the Lebanese people. And Egyptian people are a little different, but also very similar in the sense that, again, no matter what they goes, they have a sense of humor. They don't party as much. They have different, you know, different social conventions, a little more strict by and large. But in Lebanon, the show always goes on. There's always a party. It doesn't matter if the world is going down. They don't care. They know how to enjoy life, and
Amazing.
that's something to be admired.
Amazing. The last movie I saw of Lebanon, and it was a Spy Game with Redford and Brad Pitt.
Oh yeah,
Right.
and you have also, by the way, vouched for that movie as a relatively realistic depiction of the profession, right?
Yeah, it's really not bad. It's really not bad. So it's split between, you know, government bureaucracy and someone in the field actually doing stuff. It's pretty solid. Like, it's slightly amped up, of course, of action, and it being
Of
directed by Tony Scott of you know, Top Gun fame and that sort of thing. But it's relatively well grounded in the fact that they actually have real titles. Like, it's a CIA case officer who has assets
Yeah.
to protect and gain information from. It's not like primary information gathering is happening by the case officer.
I was gonna say, like, you know, I don't think most people understand how much modern espionage actually depends on so much paper pushing and you know, desk driving research, you know, and maybe less action on the field
Yeah.
for an average person. But
Yeah, Spy Game's really good. I
what
mean,
would I know?
they make the office stuff really exciting, but it involves like swapping manila envelopes around and
Dude,
shredding paper.
it is. Look, I mean, it is. Office stuff is always exciting. You know, Eisenhower. I think, I don't know. Did we have a president after Eisenhower who was an actual general?
No.
So Eisenhower said, after military, he served as a university president, and then he became the president of the United States. And he said that actually it was more than anything else university presidency that helped him prepare for his political career, and in the sense that it was just as vicious, in but it was even more single-minded, and perhaps more um, hard-headed, because the turf that people were fighting over was so minuscule, so much smaller. So in fact, the bureaucratic battles that one fights in one's office can be sometimes more vicious, and in a way, from a human perspective, more dramatic than someone who is, just taking down targets, um, you know with a single bullet. So that's
Mhm.
not like, that's not as fun to observe. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's certainly a much better movie than say the Bourne series.
Mm,
In a lot of ways, I wish the Bourne series sort of wasn't so silly because I like a lot of its premise, but
me too. I think it's a good story.
yeah,
It's a good
yeah,
storyline.
yeah. But like I think it was like Bourne Supremacy. Like every single time, like every scene was him purposefully revealing his location and then going on a wild escape. I'm like, what are you doing? Why would you clearly purposefully reveal your location again and again and again? I was like, what the hell are you doing?
I think, Born Identity, the first one, I think
Yeah,
it was a good movie. It might have been that I think I watched Christopher Nolan's Memento and Born Identity more or less in quick succession.
right.
I think I watched Memento on DVD, and then, a few
And
months later, I went to Born Identity in the
yeah,
theater.
and both of those directors love to play with time.
Exactly. That aspect of time and memory that was embedded into the story. I don't want to give any spoilers. I think both of these movies are very fine to watch. I think it would be worth your time to watch if you haven't seen Memento, which was the movie that broke Christopher Nolan into public consciousness recognition, and Born Identity, which arguably has changed even the trajectory of the modern James Bond, some have
Hmm.
argued. Um, I think both are worth a watch, but I don't disagree with Ozzy by and large. I think Born as a series does leave something to be desired. It's a little too action oriented, for my liking, than
Yeah, there's
it should
almost
be.
no real CIA stuff in there. Like there's look, it's not that it couldn't happen, but it's just such a weird picture. As in, it's basically dealing with just what could happen if a black op existed to create, Bourne. It could happen like that. It could, but it's just a little. That's not bread and butter espionage stuff. And to sort of like frame it as like a spy thing, it doesn't make much sense. I was about to say, there's Doug Lyman. He really likes every single one of his movies. Actually, plays with time a lot. So if you go from like I'm not sure if it was his debut feature film, but it was Go, and it had a sort of sorry, what's that Japanese movie? Uh, Kurosawa. Ro
Rashomon.
Rashomon, yeah,
Yeah.
Rashomon. So it has this sort of thing where they're backtracking through different people's perspectives of what happened the night before. And then you get Born Identity with sort of things that have happened in the past, but he's remembering it just by physical interaction in the
Mm,
present. You got Live, Die, Repeat, where you're literally doing Groundhog Day. And even The Wall. The Wall was one where I'm not quite understanding what's happening here, but you sort of have a little bit of deja vu through the whole thing. and the whole story is a little bit of a circle. So there's no time travel, but it definitely plays with time. So yeah, really interesting directors. Just like every movie he does is sort of like playing with time, whether it's a major theme or it's just sort of like, can I twist this just around a little bit so I can do this sort of thing? It's like, okay, now I'm happy.
Professor, what do you have on your mind these days? You have been traveling again. You did pass through Geneva. You did pass through Switzerland, and I know you can't tell us everything, but you must have sensed certain things. You must have smelled certain scents. Something's brewing, I'm sure, around this time of the year.
Yes. There is always something brewing.
Okay. Could you be a little more cryptic, possibly, or
More cryptic. Okay, more cryptic.
I'm being
More
sarcastic.
cryptic. I think there's gonna be interesting releases, but not to the degree we have discussed.
Mm,
Hmm.
okay. But the heavy hitters are coming. The heavy hitter, heavy,
Which is a heavy hitter.
like hefty. Some precious metal that's cold and weighty, and
There's gonna be only one anniversary, not two.
that then it's the Submariner because they have to fight with 50 fathoms over the paternity of the modern dive watch.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
it is a little bit of a head scratcher. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's not what you think.
Well, I
You
mean,
need to you need to think differently.
it's an explorer.
You need to go against the trend. That's the only way you can predict. Everybody's saying the same thing. Oh, anniversary, anniversary, anniversary. No anniversary.
but there's only one anniversary, you said, so there's one.
No, there are two anniversaries.
No, I mean, you said there's one that's going to be celebrated
There's going
by
to be only one.
Rolex, yeah. Um,
There's going to be only one.
Hmm.
okay.
And it will surprise you.
Every
Probably
new
those who
bezel and
have
dial color
the
surprise.
existing model, they will try to sell it,
Ooh.
and they'll feel sorry for spending all these hundreds of thousands of dollars to be on the waiting list and to get that journey done. They will feel sorry.
The journey. The journey.
The journey.
The journey. That's
Interesting. So,
amazing, Professor.
so Professor,
You couldn't
like
be more
you need
cryptic.
to like DM me or something, if because my direct message, you need to message me directly, if warning me whether or not I should buy a Rainbow Daytona or not. Okay, you don't need to tell me here. You tell me if I'm in trouble. You know, I'm a middle class guy reaching far
Oh,
above
middle
his
class guy
limits.
who's retiring. Yeah, that's it. I want to be a middle class, please. Please adopt me. Adopt me as your little son. Listen, I
Hey, if
come
I
with
didn't
the
have to pay tax every
and I
year,
come with the shooting gear ready.
oh, cool. Those look 33 dB of noise cancellation on that.
Yeah,
Oh
and I
wow.
have the electronic ones.
Oh,
I
good.
have the hat ready. I have all the hats.
You're ready for
They're
some
ready.
real shooting there with the electronic ones. It's good.
Yes, yes. Oh, this one. Well, yeah.
Wow, that's insane. That was sort of like the TBR I pointed out yesterday, but no pave dial, but you've got the Arabic numerals. Crazy.
Yeah, the
Absolutely crazy.
Eastern Arabic, yeah. Yeah. This
Jeez.
is I mean, this guy is one of the heaviest hitting of all heavy collectors, Alfredo Paramico. Um, he has insane watches, and also, some that express very classical taste, others that are outrageous. I mean, just
I think I like that better than the Pave dial. Was
Oh
it
my
Pave
God.
dial? Yeah, it was a Pave dial
What is
that
yeah.
I
that?
showed the other day. How much do you think that one that I showed would have cost? Not this one. This one is like, I have no idea how you would estimate this, but
Marky Mark, Marky Mark's.
yeah, Marky Mark's one. MSRP.
Well, let's ask the professor. He would know better, I think. Let me see.
This
Let
one.
me pull. Did
No,
Well, let's
Pave
say this
dial.
one, but the other one, I'm
Okay.
bringing it up as you talk about this, professor.
Yeah,
This is platinum.
yeah,
This is
platinum,
Yes, sir.
platinum.
diamond, TBR, baguette dial. I mean baguette bezel. Sorry.
Yeah. This should be around 150,
That's what I thought. Like a regular
more or
platinum's
less.
about 100. The bezel would be 50. This one here, because it's the Pave dial, I put it at somewhere about 180, 190. But I told my friend, look, I'm sort of adding things together here to get to about 180, 190. This could easily just be 250. I have no idea. I really don't
Look,
know.
the equivalent of this, the day date platinum without the bezel, the diamond bezel, but the inside the dial, it's exactly the same. It goes for about 110.
Hmm.
So maybe add another 30 for the bezel,
No,
40.
I think even the. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. About 130. So yeah, I
Fif-
was offered a day
60.
date with a this type of bezel and but not pave dial, but a meteorite dial. So meteorite dial, diamond bezel, in
80,
in
180.
platinum. It was like 134,000.
Wowzers.
Yeah.
A lot of money. You
Oh,
must be
and
very well
diamond
retired.
indices as well. Like it just friggin' had everything. Just completely
I want to
insane.
be retired like you. I want
Well,
to
I didn't
retire
buy it.
like you.
Like, there's no way. For the Rainbow Daytona, I'll move some mountains. I've been
Yeah,
readying
rainbow,
my
rainbow.
finances.
Wait a second. Rainbow is like how much? If I'm correct, rainbow should be
I have no idea how much.
250.
There's few things working for it and against it, right? One, it's not platinum; it's gold, right? So we're talking
What a
about a base
shame.
model
What
that's
a shame.
50,000.
Ozzy,
Then
like I said, don't fall victim to the left wing propaganda. That's how they get you, with these little trinkets of rainbow.
Taste the rainbow.
interesting.
Taste the
So anyway, like
um,
you're right, it could be up to 250. I really don't actually know what the MSRP of the Rainbow is, but I thought it would be a fun exercise to figure out how the fuck would I pay for something like that? And because I'm like, my credit card literally doesn't have a $250,000 limit, and there's no way to get it there. My credit score is immaculate. Like no card is going to go up to $250,000. And so I started figuring it out, and it comes down to either you get an Amex, potentially an Amex could do it, but I don't want to pay the $600 a month fee because I'm a cheapskate. And then
yeah, cheapskate who's contemplating a $250,000 watch. Continue.
yeah, but the other one, like I talked to all my friends, I'm like, how exactly could you get this liquid? Like if I got the call at 5 p.m. after business hours, West Coast, like so no more bank transfers, none of that can
Well,
happen. You
they'll
need to
wait for
pay for
you.
it tonight.
They'll wait for you and they'll offer sex as well.
I wish if for a rainbow, I don't know.
Oh, for sure. Oh, rainbow,
But
rainbow.
the
They'll do
rainbow will be
rainbows
like the
for you.
wrong kind of sex
Taste
that I want. It's not.
Oh,
So
no
there's
problem.
a brokerage called Interactive Brokers. Anyone who's done a lot of trading is probably familiar, but they offer a debit card where you're able to extract in a single purchase as much money as your account literally allows in liquidity, as in if you've got like $1 million portfolio, they'll allow you to make a purchase of $500,000 on that card. So I'm like, okay, I'll get that card, and there's no fee for that. It's
Okay.
fine. It's all
So
margin loan.
now we understand your retirement nest egg.
Well, I mean, I can be more open about exactly what I consider.
No, please don't be.
Yeah.
No.
But $1 million is hypothetical. In America, you need more than $1 million to be able to retire. It's not really with a family to support. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No, I hear you guys. I mean, you in America, the lucky ones, you can retire, and others. Um, the people ask me, what is the biggest thing if you are wealthy? What's the thing that makes you wealthy? You know,
Mhm.
from all my experience, meeting billionaires and working for them, the biggest asset these guys have, and I distinguish the wealthy from the less wealthy, is time to do stuff,
Mm-hmm.
to do things that they wouldn't have done. People who go and work day in, day out are not wealthy, in my opinion. They're just slaves. The really wealthy people who go and ski in Courchevel, in
Mm-hmm.
Zermatt, in Gstad now, and then they go in the summer somewhere else, and then they have their yacht, and they don't have to really work, and they have time to do things, experiences, and stuff. Or they can work and have time to do stuff, private stuff, personal stuff, whatever. These are the really wealthy people. The ones who are all the time, oh, I love my job, lovey, lovey, I work, they're gone. I call them the shitters. They are the enslaved people because they don't understand, like you guys said, you're nearly 40. You at best have another 30 years to enjoy if you're healthy, because the issue is how you get to 70, 80. If you're fat, diabetic, and you have all kinds of diseases, you're not going to enjoy your life, rest
Yeah.
assured. It's how you get to 70, 80, not that you get to 80. My mother is 80, and the issue is how she gets from 80 to 90.
Mm.
And she suffers from all these, diseases, chronic diseases, lifestyle diseases that many of us have.
Yeah.
So the issue is time. If you guys have the time, you can spend with your family, Aussie, and you can enjoy your shooting and go to places, and you don't have to worry about the paycheck. I really commiserate for those who, buy watches, have expensive lifestyles, and everything is on a paycheck basis. These are the most miserable people,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And material goods do not offer happiness. Um, you know, if you like, you can get any Rolex you want. Over time, you
Oh,
can get anything. Who
yeah.
cares?
I mean, last year I had one particular cold, and the Rolexes didn't bring happiness while I was even just mildly sick. You know,
Yeah.
when I've got a cold, this is as much as I'll tolerate to wear. Like I don't fucking care about fucking luxury watches if I'm even mildly sick. So, number one is health for sure. Health is just so critical. Like your quality of life is a multiple of whether or not you're healthy. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
there are
and
other things
and
that are
and
nice, but
I exactly. It's the quality of life. It's how you go through that journey. And I always hear people saying, "Oh, what's your next watch? What are you gonna get? Why? Get one and wear it." I mean, I don't even look at the time. I don't even look at the time. I cannot see the time. In fact, yesterday I went to a friend's shop, and for the first time, I wore the Explorer 2, and that was the only watch I could see the time. I could
it's
look at it and
beautiful.
say, "Oh," and in fact, I could see the black one better than the white one. I thought I
Mhm.
could see the white one, which is interesting. That's the only watch. Then I had to wear the Tudors just to fascinate you. I
We
asked
we
them to
are
bring.
we are talking about the 226570, right? The current reference of Explorer 2.
Yeah, yes. It was really nice on my wrist. I could see the time. It was it was thinner than my GMT, and I could actually enjoy wearing it. And I like the big clasp, the wider clasp.
Hmm.
I like it, right? I like hefty watches. You know, you either buy a watch, you don't buy a pussy watch, you buy a real watch. You know, so
Well,
I've been wearing
Professor,
the
you
Explorer
you
2 a
have
lot. It's a
huh?
lot. It's super underrated. It really is because it's very beautiful.
It is super
I,
underrated.
I think that's also coming full circle for you, Professor, right? Because your first Rolex watch was the
Yes,
16570, and
exactly.
now now you have grown a little bit, with all due
I've
respect,
grown.
with all due respect,
Of course, we
and
have all, of course.
so has the Explorer too, right?
Yeah, and
So,
I took my son actually
oh
to
yeah,
the place. I
Mm.
took little
little
son, junior,
professor,
what
little
little
professor.
professor. I actually, my wife says he's going to end up being a professor. I said, oh
Oh,
shit,
God
good luck.
forbid, God forbid.
God forbid.
Um,
How are we going to make it? There is no retirement fund for him. Um, so he said to me, "Hey, Daddy, the white one is beautiful." Very, and I had all the Tudors. I had lined up all the Tudors because my friend said, "Come on, Professor, you cannot avoid the Tudor. Please, you need to get one." So I said, "Wait a second. I need to call Lord. Just a minute. What's Lord?" I was going to say, "What's the watch we want to buy together?" And so I said, "Bring them all. Bring." And they
Black
brought
Bay,
them all.
Black Bay 58 bronze.
Ah, okay. That's the only one she didn't bring me.
Hellespont LLC inscribed on the back.
She, well, they can do it if you want. No
Yeah,
issue.
I know, as they should.
So they brought all of them, and from all, I looked at the Black Bay 5839. It looks tiny. I looked at it, I said, "What is this?
Mm.
This is tiny." I couldn't even see the time. Then I looked at the GMT one. I couldn't see anything. Then they brought the Pelagos. Ah, I said, the Pelagos, the
Pelagos.
Greek Pelagos, the ocean watch. 44 millimeter. I said, oh, the Greek prime minister wears one.
42, no?
42?
Yeah, it's 42.
43?
Yes, 42.
42. 42. Okay. And that was I could see the watch, and they brought me the one that the Frenchies are using, the special,
Oh, the FXD.
the yeah, without the date. And that was so light. It was like wearing, I don't know, a feather on
Hmm.
my wrist. Beautiful, beautiful. I could see the dial, very nice. So from all of these, the one that I could look at the dial with ease was the Pelagos, both of them, and the chronometer. Yes, that's it. That's the one.
Mitsotakis, huh?
Yeah, that's him.
I
So
would never wear the Pelagos just due to the fact that it's a tea and shitter special. So therefore I would never touch it.
hmm.
You
Wait,
guys'
so Moss, you
problem.
Anyway,
don't have a
Wait,
Pelagos?
what's you guys' problem with TN tickers, man? He's a fine guy. I mean, don't be so hard on him. I like the guy.
You're probably like
okay.
the only person who actually fucking likes them.
I don't know. I really I have no problem with him.
You know, Lord, I don't know. You know what?
He got
I appreciate you standing up for him because there are those who think little of him. You know.
honestly, it's I mean, he came down hard on me. Pause. No hard feelings on a
I hear
couple
he
of
actually does in
issues.
the ear, actually.
On a couple of issues, but I actually like the guy. TN tickers
I
is
know.
fine.
Tea and shitters. He promotes garbage watches. I think that's why I hate him.
Well, so do I. That's why I affiliate with them, I guess.
Yeah, but Lord, I mean, you can you're decent enough to actually tell people when you are and when you aren't. Shitters like I mean, Teen Shitters fucking promotes Christopher Ward like they're the fucking Patek Philippe's.
Okay, yeah. I mean, look, I'm always whether I'm promoting something, and by promoting I mean I'm not advertising. I don't get anything from any of those brands. When I go through a more expensive watch, I put it in context, and when I go through a watch that costs 200, 300, $500 or 1500, I contextualize that information too. We have to. You cannot pretend that you are in the same breath talking about Christopher Ward as if it were um, you know Kari Voutilainen. It's not gonna cut it. I was just saying that in the morning. When people now want to get rid of the phrase micro brand, and
Fine.
I
Get rid of the phrase micro brand. Call it for
no
what
no
it is.
no I
Dog
mean
shit.
and they want to call them instead, all of them, independents. Well, I'm not going to do that. I cannot call Ming watches independent. I
Hey,
cannot
now you
call
watch you,
Unimatic
you watch your mouth,
independent.
Ford. Ming is high end horology. All right, it
Okay,
shits
wait.
all
Let
over
me
Patek Philippe.
let me finish this one sentence before you joke around, and then you say people think you're a troll or a clown. That's why. Um, I cannot say in the same breath that Ming and Unimatic and Baltic and whatever is independent, in the same way that Kari Voutilainen, Romain Gauthier, Laurent Ferrier, and Chapek even are independent. I'm not gonna get rid of that boundary. So yeah, in the same way, people shouldn't really get in their feelings just because you underline the segment of a certain watch. It's okay. We all have different budgets, and every budget has something that they can find in the world. I mean, this is the good thing about horology in the 21st century.
Mm.
Okay. Let me go back.
Okay, what are
Yes.
we saying? Yes, sir.
Okay. So I agree. I agree with Shamba Basher. Um, yeah, it's very legible, guys, and I was very impressed with both the black, which I wore first, um, and the white, which I have this affinity because it was the first one in a smaller case that I bought, as you said, Lord, many years ago. Well,
I, I
20
I
years
remember
ago.
it. I remember it well since I'm old
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, 20 years ago. So, no, both of them are stellar watches and they're very legible. The black one I wouldn't get because I have black and I worn back black all my years, all the decades. So the white one I stopped wearing it back in I think 2011 or 2012 at some point.
Do you still have
Um,
that watch though?
yeah, yeah, I have it, but
All
it's
right,
it's
good.
in a vault. You know, I don't, I kept on wearing this GMT since I think 2012, 2013, something like that, nonstop. Nothing has happened to it. And But I was very impressed with the Explorer too, and either the white or the black could be a one and done piece for sure. Very beautiful. I never um, and it's lighter. I mean, it sits nicer. I don't know for some reason. Anyway, I looked at the Tudors. So to finish the Tudor story, um, I didn't like any of the smaller ones. So the Pelagos I loved, but above all, I left the shop and I looked at the 43 bronze at a window shop, and I
Mm,
said, um, this is nice. I could see the dial, and that could be a very nice watch as well. The
maybe
the
that.
one
Yeah,
and done.
maybe that for you. Yeah.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
my puny wrists, Black Bay 58 bronze is fine, but maybe the heritage one, the bigger one, is better for you probably.
You mean the bronze, the 43?
Yeah, because bronze has two. Bronze has the Black Bay 58, which is actually served up on a matching bracelet. And then there's the heritage version, which came out earlier, and which is on a kind of weathered leather strap, and that's the bigger case, significantly bigger.
Okay.
It's a great looking watch. I think I would personally prefer the distressed leather.
Mm.
It's a very distinguished look. I've yet to see a patinaed Black Bay 58 bronze though, so I guess I don't really know what the alternative is.
Mm. There was a nice video that I dug up a while ago. Let me see if I can bring it up. But I also had Brad Pitt in a photo shoot modeling the Black Bay Heritage bronze. I don't know if it was his personal watch or someone put it on his wrist, but it looked mighty fine. It looked pretty good.
The other thing I realized, guys, is the chronograph, the Tudor chronograph, is mighty heavy. That
Mm.
thing is
I,
really heavy. It's nothing close to the Daytona. I mean,
correct.
it's a heavy piece. I mean, you're wearing this and you can use it for, to go after somebody. Uh, the glass is thick. This is a hefty watch.
My friend recently purchased that one. I think it looks gorgeous in photos. It does look like, that classic Daytona, but sizing wise, it's about double the volume, I think.
Speaking of Scott Carpenter earlier, by the way, this is John Glenn, his mate, who was the first American to orbit the space, and he's wearing a root beer here on a
The real one.
yeah, the 18 karat GMT Master on a matching Jubilee bracelet, worn military style, so to speak, upside down.
I think they will come out with a Jubilee two-tone root beer.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It
By the
that watch,
way,
that watch belongs
the
on Jubilee. Okay, it's this one. Finally,
this one.
found it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's super cool. I mean, look at how weathered that thing is, and then combined with the distressed leather, it's a very distinguished look.
Yeah, I like it. I like it as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
listen,
is. Yeah.
if the proportions are right for you for that watch, that's great. If you prefer a small watch, you can put the Black Bay 58 bronze on a distressed leather strap as well. So that's not out of the question.
Can you pull up the website, Lord? Because I think I'm
Yes,
getting
sir.
confused.
Of course.
Tell me which one you like, and which one this guy is wearing.
Okay, so that's
I'm,
no, that's very legitimate. So, Professor, there is um, the first one that they came out with, and I think maybe we have.
And the one that
We
Brad
can-
Pitt's wearing in that photo.
Yeah, so we can choose just bronze. Ooh, they don't have it on the website anymore. Okay,
Something must be wrong.
I think so because I think I have seen this on the website. Oops.
I was able to pull it.
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah.
So it has a different dial, Professor, but it's 43 millimeters. The one they have now, at least. And slate gray dial, bronze case,
mm-hmm.
and
There's also a Bukura blue version as well.
That's true. That's true. I don't know if they still sell that or if that runs with a premium on the secondary market. I don't know because sometimes such limited editions do. Um, I
If you want
kind of
one, let me
feel like
know. My AD will probably give me some brownie points.
okay, okay. I'll let you know. The I think these used to be on a different kind of strap though. I don't know,
Yeah.
but this is it. This is the watch that Brad Pitt was wearing on the earlier shot, Professor. And the Black Bay 58 bronze, which came out later, is a 39 mil watch, is a Black Bay 58, just in bronze and with a
Ah,
metal bracelet.
but
And it
but
has
the
it has a
this
dial
is
that's maroon colored gradient, and the bezel matches that shade as well.
this is the one you like?
Yes, sir.
The 39 millimeter.
Yes, I have small wrists, Professor. It is what it is. You can't
Okay.
you can't find you can't fight with nature.
No, no, I can't see the dial of this. No, no, 43 for me.
By all means.
So they produce this in 43, correct?
It's not exactly the same watch, but yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
43 bronze case on a leather strap. They or on a canvas strap. They have the two options.
Yeah, yeah. My wife liked the canvas. She said, and then she threw out the question. She said, "How much is this?" I said, four, give or take,
Hmm.
euros, 4,000. She said, "Ah, half the price of the Explorer. Why don't you buy the Explorer? Why compromise?" She said. Oh,
Exactly.
why compromise?
Ooh.
She said, you anyway, you are retired, she said, but you just don't know it.
What's going on? What did this stream turn into? We are having all this
Yeah,
retirement talk.
everyone's punching out.
Everybody's retiring. Yeah.
Yeah.
God
God
forbid
damn, I
you.
feel like I'm
Retirement
at the
stream.
senior care center. Fuck me dead.
Well, that's my, this, Mitch. That is my vibe. So, you come to this channel, you have to live with the consequences.
Yeah,
Pass the
look,
pudding
Meech,
cup. My God.
you're
Jello.
look, we're not. None of us are actually retired yet, but that's what it is. It's a retirement planning podcast.
Anyway, so she said, why do you want to buy this? Buy the real one. I said, okay. Now, what is the real one? She said, buy the Explorer. But she said it's a very good deal. It's a very nice watch for
Mhm.
somebody who doesn't want to spend 9, 10,000, 11,000 bucks, or euros. It's a beautiful watch, and you get a very nice looking watch for 4,000. All the lines, all the models, even the 39, the blue one was very nice. The Pelagos, the chronometer was heavy. It was, I don't know what they put inside that thing, and it's indestructible.
I don't know if JB would like to join us. I'm gonna drop the link. He has the Tudor Panda Chrono, so he might be able to reflect on that.
Yeah, no, please. And then I had an interesting conversation. Um, ah, I got something.
Yes, sir.
They gave me
Okay.
they gave me the hat.
Very nice. Does it fit?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's see your
What?
adjustment on the back. No, I have a
What
criticism.
does that
of this
mean,
hat.
Ozzy? What do you mean by
No.
that?
Like, see, like, is there it's got to look? That's maximum.
Oh
It's a
my
bit
god.
like
I
if
mean,
you've got.
I have all the information here. This is
Nah.
Professor.
There's a lot
Professor,
of people that can't wear that hat if you've got like
I'm
too much
I-
hair.
I'm
There's
I'm
not
I'm
enough
so
adjustment.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I mean, I sometimes think I say some inappropriate things to you, but I don't want my entire panel to harass you like that. I have a huge head.
No,
I have a huge head, and God
I
bless,
like it.
I have very little hair, so I
Yeah,
can probably
okay.
fit into that hat as well.
I
But
mean, what can I do? Is this what? Do they give it? Is it a large hat or
No,
medium
it's a one
hat?
size fits all, and yeah, I have to have it all the way out as well, and I need to shave my head down to 2 millimeters to make
Yeah.
sure that it all fits.
yeah,
Okay.
There we
is
go.
that the reason for your haircuts, for your patchy haircut?
There we go. It's a tutor shitter channel and
Yeah.
retirement planning.
Retirement planning. Whereas, look, the Glock hat, Austrian made. These guys are smart. I
Oh,
mean,
nice.
this has a lot of room.
Yeah, a lot more.
Yeah, and so you can go and do your shooting with a Glock hat, and you can. It has the thing for the night, so they can see you, not shoot you, or see you and shoot you, depending where you are. But yeah, the Tudor one, very nice.
It is
Anyway,
nice. It is nice.
yeah,
Like
no, I
as
would.
best as
It
I can
was
tell, it's
nice.
better than the Rolex one. Like the
Yeah.
Rolex
No,
one, the embroidering is nowhere near as nice.
no. Also, you're a target. I mean, you're
Yes.
the only one wearing that, and you're wearing a Rolex. I have a couple of them, and I go around the bubble cities of the UK, and people look at me,
Right. Right. No, I
and
agree. I would never wear a Rolex hat. It's
they
just
look at
kind
me.
of yeah. It's
Um,
not. It's too conspicuous. Um,
Kind of
the
cringe.
Tudor hat. It's just a
Let's admit
shield.
it.
Like it's sort of
Let's admit it.
who knows what
The
this is.
the the Rolex hat, like anything that carries the Rolex crown as merch, I think is kind of cringe. I
Hmm.
have to admit, as much as I'm a fan of Rolex, it's just not my vibe. I mean, to wear Rolex merch.
I've had good luck with this
it's a
hat.
tough one.
I've had good luck. So I mean, I wore this hat when I got my Panda Daytona when I asked for it,
Mm.
and
Yeah,
I went in this week to my AD to ask for something special, and my SA said, "Do you want a rainbow Daytona?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, that would be nice."
Remember, a few months ago, we were talking about all this, and we were telling you, "Oh, Ozzy, don't worry, it's gonna get
You're gonna
easier.
get
You're gonna
yeah,
walk in and you're gonna ask for anything you want, and they'll deliver it on a silver platter." And you were, "Who the hell is this guy telling?"
And you
yeah.
were right.
It
You
it
were
could-
right.
it could happen. I'm never going to be at the top of the list, but what I foresee is I'm gonna tell my SA, look, I've got the finances for it. I have a card. I can clear it, and I would be over the moon if I could have it. And then I hope some rich guy for some reason can't pick up their rainbow Daytona, and then it will be mine. But I
Wow.
don't know how they handle that kind of watch.
Yeah,
It's too special.
yeah.
By the way, guys, sorry to interrupt. So we had the first poll of the day, which was which one is your favorite professional diver's watch? 60% people voted for the Rolex Deep Sea Dweller over Blancpain 50 Fathoms Tech, which was just released for the 70th anniversary, and 7% Omega Planet Ocean Ultra Deep. Others actually won about 20% of that. The current ongoing poll is about what iconic chronograph do you prefer, and Rolex Daytona has taken up 50%, Speedmaster 38, the Navi Timer 0, and other 12. I don't know if anyone specified in the chat, so go ahead and vote if your choice is other. If you have other recommendations, type them in the chat, and please click the like button while you're at it. I would really appreciate that. It gives me just that tiny bit of more exposure, and I'm desperate for it as I'm trying to reach 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So please do help me out with that. Yes, sorry to interrupt. Professor, did you see what Eric just added to his inventory? Eric Wind?
No, what does he have?
He has a very special Speedmaster.
Oh, 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 very nice.
One of the 30 that were presented upon the success of the moon landing and the space program in general in 1969. And it comes from the family of Scott Carpenter, the second American to orbit.
Yeah. You know, I hate when they do that.
When the family sell these kinds of things?
Yeah. I
I
hate
mean,
when they do that. I have a
I mean,
particular issue with one watch, but I have a
mm,
history. I have the history of this watch, which I discussed, by the way, in my recent trip to Geneva
ah,
about this particular watch. You and I know which one. Um,
a watch in your
I,
collection?
pardon?
A watch in your collection, or the one we were discussing that might be coming up on an auction? Let's be as
Yes,
general as possible.
yes,
The
yes.
second one, the last.
Exactly. Yeah, the one that is coming up on auction. I hate when they do that because I understand the economics behind it. Families go through ups and
Yeah.
downs and they need the money and all of that. Um, but it's not meant, these watches are not meant to be sold. You know, it's like, for instance, I take the watch I wear and I do exactly the same thing. I I feel I'm betraying the person who gave it to me.
Mm.
Um, Maybe I'm a romantic, and people, when they have financial need, they just do what they all of us
Yeah.
have to do.
It's a good point.
Pro, I mean, I'm of two minds, Professor, and I'm trying to find a way to phrase this so we don't reveal excessively about whatever else it is that we're talking about. But I think there's a slight difference between the family of a CEO and between and the family of an astronaut. No matter how big of a hero Scott Carpenter is, how many different careers he had, um, and no judgment implied by this. I'm not sure how much money he left behind for the family. So to be able to sell this kind of watch for 1.5 million, Wally 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 Shira's
Yeah.
watch just sold for almost $2 million. That was, very similar
No, for
piece.
sure, I
Um,
understand.
so that to me is different. Scott
Yeah.
Carpenter's family is a little different than the
Yes.
family of a CEO. And I know people who live at that level, at that segment, have different worries, different kinds of expenses. um, I'm not trying to, play the world's smallest violin for them. No, but it might be a little different. We don't know what the Carpenter family is going through, so I would not judge them. I might judge some other people, but
But
yeah, in this case,
even
I
that, you see, even without, and we can discuss this amongst us, the four of us, no issue in private. But um, even that history of other watches, such as CO watches, have their own particular story. Um, the thing is, yeah, my issue is that, yeah, it's unfortunate that watches, they end up the way they end up. No disrespect to the family of the astronaut. Obviously, they're not the same caliber. I buy that argument. Um,
Yeah.
and if we are in need as well, I will sell my watches, right? I mean, if I am destitute, I have no money, I'm not going to keep my watch.
It's a really interesting point about what would make a useful heirloom. As you know, like I do intend for at least two of these watches to be heirlooms for my son and daughter, that it cannot be so high that it's implausible that they could maintain, keep, wear, or enjoy it. But it also can't be so low that it wouldn't be worth the maintenance and import of maintaining it and actually enjoying it or wearing it throughout their, whatever time period they are wearing it. So that's really interesting that you can actually go way too high with respect to a watch and what you're leaving behind.
Well, in this
There's
case,
the only sensible thing to do is to sell it.
in this case, he liked wearing Breitlings and Rolexes, but Omega gifted him this watch along with 25 of his colleagues, alive and some deceased.
Yeah.
A total of 30 examples. So this was for that reason, perhaps. So that's part of El Profesor's argument that I agree and I respect a lot, that it has the kind of sentimental value and historical importance that nothing can match. So it's I would, if Scott Carpenter was my father or grandfather, I would love to keep this watch. On the other hand, I understand that the family might have more pressing concerns that might be a little too difficult for us watch nerds to comprehend. That's all I
Well,
was
Yeah.
saying. And again,
even just the family getting big.
I was certainly not denigrating, the special history that might belong to watches that that have not graced everyday heroes' wrist. I mean, it's yes, CEO of a big watch brand can have still a very meaningful watch. What I meant, Professor, I don't want you to misunderstand me. I was just saying that that family may be quite
Need the
wealthy.
money. Yeah.
Probably
For sure.
they should. I mean, again, in an ideal world, you would say they would need the money less, but I don't know how they're living, because some rich people live even richer than their already excessive means, so they might be actually needing that extra million or 10. So who knows?
Where's your Tudor hat?
Mine? I actually don't have a Tudor hat, man. I have this one.
Ooh, wasn't special enough.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this panel.
Hey,
It's
disrupting the
beautiful.
flow.
Oh, JLC. Come
Nobody
on.
knows. Nobody knows
It's
that
kind of
brand.
disgusting. Kind of
Ugh.
like, compared to Tudor, I think it is kind of disgusting. It comes off as snooty, as toffee, as the professor would know.
We got some working class people on this panel, man.
Oh my God! All
Coming
three
in
of us
here.
have it.
Yeah.
What is going on?
How about me, Professor? Can you grab me at least a Tudor hat or something on your way back, so I can fit in?
Yeah, my God, it's incredible. I mean, what's going on? We all need to be wearing the same. Aussie expat is gonna have his AD ship you one.
No, I didn't get this from my AD.
Oh, really? Where did
Yeah,
you
this
get
is
it?
Grey Market.
No, come on.
Oh,
No,
I
seriously,
got
I bought this
mine
on
from an
Reddit.
AD.
I bought mine from Reddit. You got yours from an AD. I got a grey one from an AD. I didn't get the black one from the AD.
Ah,
Ozzy, do you have a Rolex hat?
No.
Oh, I've got
I
one.
will. I should probably, next time I'm in the Tudor boutique, I'm just gonna ask for one. They gave me a Westtime one because Westtime is the one that runs the boutique in Westfield, Century City. Yeah, next time I'm gonna just ask. We'll see. We'll see how I mean, they always treat me well. They might not just give me a hat without purchasing anything from them. But
I think they're a little bit self-conscious about giving this hat away because of the strap situation. No joke.
seriously,
My head is on the smaller size of medium, and I barely have any Velcro attached back here because that
Yeah,
strap is actually
same.
very short.
It is.
And I've got no hair at the moment, so
But the Rolex one is like a flex fit. It's a true flex fit. It's
right.
perfect.
Well, this would be perfect if they didn't cut the strap 2 inches short. I love this embroidered look, and it's beautiful. The only hat that I think might be a little better is the Longines one that I've got.
Yeah. Let me. I think the topic of Yeah, I don't know. These watches look. It is. I don't know what to say. All watches that make it into the wider public that are given by watchmakers have a story, and we never get to know the real story. Um, but the biggest thing is economics, right? It's the economic motivation to sell the money and make money, and that's it. And since there's demand, and the watch can fetch $2 million, sell it.
Hmm. Oh, Professor, the last time we spoke, I was umming and ahhing over my Tudor collab with, the company collab, the custom watch, and whether or not I should get. You said I should get it, so I took your advice. I am going to get it, and we got to number selection because the case back is numbered. So you've got the number of watches, and you can select which one you want based on your priority. And I got a pretty high pick, so I picked 69.
69. Wow. You're more perverted than I am. This is great. How many of these watches will they produce?
I think it'll be 100, around about. It's not a round number. It's just how many people are going to be able to pull the trigger as of last week, basically. It'll be
And
about
do
100.
you
Whether
get
it's
a
over 100
discount,
or under
or
100, I'm not sure. Sorry?
do you get a discount
No.
or
Which kind of sucks
no?
because when the project started, I think the MSRP for the watch was about 3,800. Now it's over 4,000, which is like,
Yeah, yeah.
it's a,
They're going to institute two price increases this year.
Mhm.
I can tell you that
For Chuda,
for
Chuda.
Tudor. Yes,
Uh,
sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
This
well,
feels
I
like
mean,
Rolex in the 90s and thousands. I mean, it's just the MSRP is sort of like,
Yeah,
it's hard for the secondary prices to not keep up. And what I mean by that isn't that,
Rolex.
oh
Oh, your
dear,
Rolex hat.
Rolex.
Yeah, I had to show my superiority.
we got
Oh
the
my
mug-in
goodness.
target
We
opening. I feel
bow.
safer now.
We pray to the master. We are just a
Yeah,
little
that's right. That's right.
company.
I've got money and you don't. All right,
Yeah,
deal with
I feel safer now. We can walk down the street. I can feel safe with you next to me
it.
now that you've got the Rolex hat on and I don't.
I always tell when I buy a new Rolex, I always tell my Rolex dealer to put it in a Grand Seiko bag. That one won't get mugged.
That's awesome.
The other thing
Do
I
you?
wanted to share,
Okay,
guys,
one
this is
one
my
small
reason.
one small thing, Professor. Did you
Oh,
guys come across the way people went crazy about Paul Rudd wearing a Grand Seiko the other day?
Paul Rudd.
No, actually.
Okay, well, I'll bring it up after El Professor shares this. Sorry, Professor. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was just kind of a impression I got after my last visit in to Geneva.
Uh huh.
I'm now on my way to the southern countries. As you know, I'm moving south now, so I'm going from here on. I'm traveling tomorrow to the Middle East, the Gulf. So when you guys get online, you'll probably see me again from the same hotel. Actually, we tried to connect, Lord, where I
Oh
had
yeah.
you guess where I am, and you were I think you are, and you got it right, or one of you got it right. I think you got it right. So I'll be going back there, and then I'll be returning back here, and then I'll head back north. So it's gonna take about 2 weeks, the whole thing, you know. Um, but the impression I got coming from Geneva is that things have become very, very corporatized. Very corporatized. What do I mean by that? Before it was more, it's a small family, it's a manufacturer. We produce 20,000, 40,000, 70,000 watches. Now it's really very corporatized, very streamlined, very, okay, these are the things that the 30-year-olds like. This is the thing that the 60-year-old and above like. This is the new generation, the millennials. This is the boomers. There is a lot going on. The social media, the influencers. Um, Certainly, this is a very different development that is happening. And the other thing I got very clear messages is that there is going to be zero increase in any production, zero. Whatever they tell
Actual
you in
zero.
these streams, yeah, the whatever people tell you in these streams that, oh, uh, I hear Patek is having this new manufacturing plant. Oh, Rolex is building zero. Yes, they are building, but they're not producing more. The plan is not to produce more; it's actually to produce less, but improve the quality even more and play on the price increase. And the whole idea is rarity and making it even more exclusive and more difficult and all of that. So as the steel pieces for Rolex become ever so difficult, everybody's going to move in the day date, in the two-tone, in the heavy pieces, and that's where the party will take off, right? So this is the plan for these guys. All of them, all are copying each other. It's a cartel, it's collusive, the behavior, and they're copying
Well,
from one
who would
another.
have
And Tudor,
thought that the primary market would have a cartel as well, just as the secondary market does?
What's going to happen when Tudor starts selling their black bays for 10,000 each? Is there a Tudor two somewhere, Tudor Junior?
I don't. You look. I think it's a
Cold
good
long
question.
jeans.
I think eventually, by the time Tudor goes to the 10,000 mark, Rolex would have gone to 25. They will always maintain this, you know,
Yeah.
gap. So Rolex would move to 2025 for a Submariner, and you will buy one instead of having a collection of six. You will end up buying one, and you will say, "I'm so happy I have a Submariner." By that time, the Calatrava of Patek would have gone to 60,000. But if you look at the next 10 years, this is where the industry is going. They're not going to
I
produce more.
I think what Ozzy was asking comes back to something of a refrain that actually three of us talked a lot on this channel. The cannibalization of a certain segment of the market that has gone elsewhere, that is probably not returning to mechanical watches, right? The sub $3,500 $4,000 market that has mostly been capitalized by now by smartwatches, and especially the Apple Watch. And I think Ozzy was saying, well, Rolex had Tudor as a shield, sort of, right? That having taken care of that particular segment of the market, if it upmarkets itself eventually, what do we have there? I think there won't be luxury mechanical watch anymore. Mechanical watch will become exclusively a luxury product that is even perhaps more unattainable, more expensive than it is today, unfortunately.
Yeah, and behind it is nothing more than simply wealth created in different pockets of the world who demand watches, and Asia is going to be the future of the global economy. It is already, and more so in the coming, 10 to 20 years. These watch manufacturers, again, do not think in 1 or 2 year terms because they need to think through cycles, right? So the next 15-year cycle is improve the quality,
Mhm.
increase the price, and make it continue making it exclusive because they understand that something has structurally changed in the watch market, which makes watches be considered as an investment. Regardless, if we think there is a perception out there, which includes the watch manufacturers, that now believe that these watches are investments for people. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's a perception, and perception becomes reality over time.
Yeah.
Many people out there believe that I'm buying this watch because it's an investment, and we're not going to revert back to the old days. When I pose the question of the old days when I started in this industry, observing it closely, they said to me, "Listen, professor, you're old news, man. Forget that. There is nothing. People, people are thinking. The new generation is thinking in this way of considering the watch an investment. And fine, they look at steel pieces as an investment. That's okay. But we will make these steel pieces even more difficult for them. And we're not going to increase production because everybody wants to increase production. We're not going to make it accessible because we have so many people in Asia who go after these watches that we're not going to satisfy them because we are in the golden age of demand, and we're not going to increase supply. So I think this is and what happens is that the second-hand market or the parallel market or the gray market will benefit greatly from that. And I think we will be in this, very unique situation. Um,
Mm.
Short term, I don't know what happens. If you believe in Bitcoin, I mean, look at all the news in the U.S. Crypto keeps on going up. I cannot forecast where that thing is going to go. And for sure, central banks. Oh, the other thing, as a footnote, that clearly now the aftermath of the correction in the stock markets, the Swiss watch industry watched very carefully how watches were used as an asset by the crypto buyers. And they all concluded that crypto helped the frenzy in creating this bubble. There was a close connection between crypto buyers selling and buying watches and doing these kind of parallel investments. But it's an observation. There is nothing that they can do. Um, but that I found interesting, right? Anyway, I don't know if it's interesting for the viewers and you guys, but
Oh,
that's
you,
the takeaway.
you mean a conversation on how luxury watches look into the future on a watch channel? Is it interesting?
well,
What do
well,
you think? It is interesting and relevant, of course. I mean, look, at a certain level, of course, we are speculating, and none of us has a crystal ball for sure. And we can't. Well, now that the industry has weathered so many crises, and quartz crisis, believe it or not, was only one of them. So many recessions, global and more oriented, choking down some very important markets for the horological industry have taken place, and the luxury watch industry managed to find its footing, managed to find its way out, managed to sometimes even emerge stronger out of these crises. So the the composition of it changes, the constellation of brands and what they do and how they approach their production of watches changes. Ultimately, I'm like Davi in the chat. I don't think the luxury mechanical watch is going anywhere. Perhaps it is a true luxury to not have something on your wrist that is sending away your health related data to God knows where. Sorry to be, a little conspiracy theory oriented, but sometimes my mind works that way as well. So I agree with Davi. Um, but in either case, I think there are certain trends emerging, like you said, professors, a very important segment, historically very important segment of the accessible luxury mechanical watch is a little disappearing, and it is taken, honestly, I'm not going to complain too much because it is being taken by the so-called micro brands, right, that
Yeah,
are very much vintage inspired, put together
right.
some handsome watches at accessible price points with sometimes Swiss made movements, sometimes Japanese made movements,
Yeah,
sometimes even mecha quartz movements, and not exactly mechanical movements, and they do a great job. I had in mind Furlan Marri and the mecha quartz chronographs that they have been making. So we are actually spoiled for choice even in that segment.
you are.
if
You are.
if Tag Heuer is up marketing itself, if Omega is up marketing itself, if Tudor is up marketing itself, someone else will still make mechanical watches there. But like you said, maybe there are certain developments at that segment of high luxury to last, as Meech would know, um, that is changing the game, and maybe they won't actually significantly ramp up production at all. Um, I feel like they would, but it's there's a limit. There's a limit. There will have to be a limit. I think, yeah, I feel like, look, I don't want to target a particular brand, but I do feel some of the brands that used to be quite boutique, exclusive, of course, which,
Yeah,
we may or may not like, but exclusive in the sense that they would make a limited number of watches, which for that reason uh, not only exuded but embodied a certain quality, a certain kind of craftsmanship, a certain kind of artisanal touch. I think there are brands, and again, I don't want to get into bashing one over the other, but there are brands that are moving away from that, and I think they are ramping up production because that has been their trend, right? It was not too long ago, some of these brands were making 35, 40,000 watches, and now they're making 60, 75, 80,000. Soon enough, they will
yeah.
reach six figures. Um,
But it's very the changes. I'm not doubting what you say, but the changes are small.
and
Um,
gradual,
and
and they
yeah,
take time.
and if you look at population, I spoke about population demographics with them and economic wealth, right? If you look at the middle class of China, today we're talking about around 400 to 500 million people. The billionaires created in China alone are more, and millionaires more than what you see in the US. So obviously there is a trend, and that trend is growing faster than the increase in numbers of AP, Vacheron, and whatnot. All of them are increasing gradually, but the pace of wealth creation is higher.
Mm.
And these guys, the Asian population, I'm generalizing, but Asians tend to go for the heavy pieces, the gold, the difficult pieces that are not often moving in the West. And I think this is where the trend is going.
I mean, look,
So
I understand the proportionality of that, and like, even though I don't know as much about you, as much as you about the matter, um, but there are still problems of scale, right? Even if you are saying that, even if they proportionally increase the numbers, there will be disproportionately more people who will have the purchasing power to clean up those pieces. I understand that. What I meant was, and this can go for Rolex to a certain extent too, but Rolex never really prided itself for that sort of exclusivity. That kind of artisanal touch disappeared from their marketing already in mid 70s or so. They have moved away from that a while ago. But other brands really that used to be producing 20, 30, 40,000 watches, if 10 years, 20 years from now they produce 40, 50, 60,000 or more watches, it's not going to be the same quality. We talk about the non-existence of, well, we talk about the meager numbers of quality watchmakers a lot on this
Yes,
channel. So
yes, yes.
how can you increase the number of watches that you make without reducing quality when you don't have enough talented, well-paid, and well-trained watchmakers? You can't.
So sorry, gentlemen. Just crossed over midnight here. I'm a dad. I got up 4 a.m. this morning. I do have to say goodbye. It was a real pleasure to see you guys, Meech, Professor, young Brando, as always.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thanks for being here. And once again, guys, I'm gonna drop the link again. Please do subscribe to Aussie Expat Watches. We appreciate his insight, his analytical mind here. So please add his channel.
Thank you,
Always,
guys.
always.
So, um,
And I got to taste the day date when I was going around Switzerland. Uh,
platinum in
I
platinum.
did I did look at the platinum. Yeah,
Wow.
it's not as heavy as people make it be, but it's a beautiful watch. Um, the one I was testing or tasting was with the Arabic uh, day inscription.
Nice.
Um, young Brando, yeah, it was very nice. They're very nice watches. Look, I mean, I was I had a friend of mine with me, and he said to me, "Hey, Prof, why the hell you keep on thinking about buying steel watches? I mean, go and get yourself a yellow day date or a platinum and just get done with it, man. Why you go through this rigmarole of steal this, steal that? You are of a certain age." And I said, "Yeah, soon I might be even kicking the can." Yeah, but
God forbid. God
no,
forbid.
he said to me, wear something nice, man. I said, "Yeah, I have young kids, man. I have to pay fees and stuff. It's not that easy. But he said to me, "Look, go to the next level." Yeah, this is a beautiful one. And of course, if you talk to Saad, I mean, General Saad there has you buy the diamond baguette dial, the baguette dial one, which is also very nice.
Mm.
The baguette dial is like another watch, an extra watch on the dial.
Yeah, look,
Would you
where
actually get the diamond dial, baguette dial, Lord, at a certain age for you?
look, I mean, I would, if we were talking about the Daytona, if I got my hands on a platinum Daytona, I would rather get the baguette
Okay.
dial than the luminous material for sure. For Yeah, I guess same goes with with the day date as well, I love the numerals. I do love the Roman numerals, applied Roman numerals like this on the ice blue, but it's almost a no-brainer when it comes to the day date. I know with the Platinum Daytona, some people are already ill at ease that it's, this sort of hefty precious metal, even if it's a white metal. Um, and that combined with baguette diamonds on the dial makes it a no-no for a lot of people. So I understand why most people go for the luminous material there. But yeah, with this watch, I think it's almost a no-brainer. I completely agree with General Saad on this, that it should be the baguette.
But the hands are not luminous, by the way. The numbers, they're not luminous.
I was talking about the Daytona. In
Ah,
in
the
the day
Daytona.
date,
Yes, 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 yes.
in the day date, whether you get the Roman or not, I don't think there's any luminous material on the dial at all, right?
Yeah, there is none. There is none. The thinking is that since you're going luxury, super crazy, just add the diamonds to add to the craziness. I mean, it's another $7,000 or whatever. So
Uh, I for whatever reason, okay, now I have it. But this is okay. 40. We choose. Where's the platinum? It doesn't. That's weird. The website is so confusing when it comes to the day date, and I don't know why.
you're 36. You need to go.
No, I went to 40 as well, but um, yeah, it's just strange. Where's the configure here?
Uh, you you need to go. I think at the top.
Yeah, it's strange. I can't find it, but I get the
I
idea.
think top left. You go top left, and it says configure.
Top left says configure.
You usually at the top. Yeah, there.
I know it does, but like not on this one. It's okay. We don't have to depend on their website. We have the whole wide
Web.
uh, world wide web, as they used to call it, off the internet. So let's take a look. Um, well, yeah, you might as well go with the baguette on the
No,
bezel as well. Why not?
no, 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 no. I mean, then it becomes not for me.
Not for you. How can you?
Even the dial, the diamond baguettes on the dial is a bit too much. I don't know aesthetically if the diamonds are nicer or the normal Latin numerals are fine.
Hmm.
I think for this one, it makes it nicer having the baguette diamonds, given that the dial is ice blue. The reflection between the two is nice, like the Daytona, as you said. You should go for the baguette dial on this kind of dial they have. It brings out the diamonds. Um, for other dials, the other dials, it becomes less prominent. I don't know how to say it, but Ah, there you
Finally,
go. Finally,
finally,
yeah.
it's not really not my
You
fault. I'm so
persisted
sorry about it.
and you won. Meech, which one do you like?
Yeah, I'm a level with you, Chief. Here, I think all these are fucking trash. All these rappers jewelry on here. I've never been one for rappers jewelry. I fucking hate rappers jewelry on watches. I hate when they're bedazzled.
Okay, so it's the applied Roman numerals then.
I mean, I guess push comes to shove. I've never won. I mean, I don't hate the platinum in general, but I'm just if you're gonna buy a day date, you want it to be loud and offensive, right? So you go yellow gold or rose gold. You don't choose platinum.
Hmm. I would say quite the opposite, because anyone who knows how to recognize a day date knows that it's not stainless steel. So once you see that opening at noon, at 12 o'clock, or at midnight, since we are turning into lounge lizards here with day dates and everything, um, people know that it's a day date, right? Between the Cyclops and the day of the week at 12 o'clock, you know what watch we're talking about. And it doesn't need to be yellow gold or pink gold to announce itself. And the ice blue dial is a platinum exclusive, is quite distinctive. So kind of unmistakable already. But I know you do have a point when it comes to dress watches in general, when it comes to a certain kind of luxury watch in precious metal. I was, in fact, just talking about it earlier in the morning in the early show. Well, at noon, I guess. Um, I understand that people want to move towards certain colors when it comes to precious metal, when it comes to gold. But this watch is an exception, I think, because it is so distinctive already, because it's so visually recognizable in that genre.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult. It's well, anyway, I mean, do you pay the extra money to have these little tiny diamonds? Um, I don't think you mind if you pay the extra money.
Oh, what's going on with the Daytona page? Are they updating it with something? By the way, Professor, this is what Ozzy showed me.
Hmm.
One of my absolute favorite things. Look, now look at that watch. Oh wait, it already started.
It shows the time.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, they've always done that
yeah,
for
and
a long time. Yeah.
it actually it actually ticks the minute totalizer as well. Every time it makes a revolution, it's like 1 2. It's quite nifty. I like it. I think
No,
it's
no, it's brilliant. It's very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
um yeah, I kind of like the platinum Daytona with the
With a
baguette
baguette. Yeah.
diamonds. I think that's a kick-ass piece. um Yeah, I was, it's Michael Jordan's 60th birthday, or it was at least on February 17th. And just like Björn Borg shares his birth year with the Rolex day date in 1956, Michael Jordan shares his birthday with the Daytona. And I saw this picture of him that I posted on Instagram. And please, guys, if you would like, follow me on Instagram as
Oh,
well.
very nice.
He was wearing platinum Daytona, which may have been a 50th birthday present for himself at some point. When it came out, it's
It
possible.
looks tiny on him, huh?
Yeah, and he's not. I mean, he's Michael Jordan is not huge, but he's a big guy. He's a
It
big guy.
looks tiny.
A lot of these watches look positively minuscule on LeBron. LeBron has an interesting collection. He has, for example, the Tiffany dial 5711. It looks absurd on him. Let me see if I can find.
Absurd meaning small.
So small.
Right.
Yeah. Again, I mean, more power to him. He has a great collection, and he should uh, wear it loud and proud. But it's not. It really looks very small. And I mean, the Nautilus actually, for all its sleekness, it's a wide watch. It does announce itself a certain way on the wrist, so it does look actually slightly bigger than its size. Its sizing might indicate. But look at this.
Oh God.
It disappears on his wrist, the 5711.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is true. That is true. I mean, not sure if it's larger than LeBron, but that is true. But yeah, he has a couple of interesting pieces for sure.
No, I think I would agree with Meech concerning the, things like getting a day date. The diamond thing is a personal preference. Um, I think for the Daytona, it suited. The proportions are right to place the baguettes.
Hmm.
For the day date, it's a bling bling thing. You're either, you like it or you don't like it. I showed it to my daughter, by the way. Look at how women decide. And she said, "No, I prefer the diamonds, Daddy." Good luck. Who's gonna marry you? I said, if you're starting this young to have a preference on diamonds, my God.
Man,
Yeah,
um,
but you can change dials, by the way. Yeah, they allow you to change dials after a certain period of time. As you know, on year 5, you can take that and put the diamonds if you so wish. You know.
good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. People, people get so many mixed messages from their authorized dealer, and sometimes even from Rolex service centers in the U.S. They, people who man those booths at the entrance at the reception sometimes are, at least at first, dismissive of any request like that. Like, if you say, "Hey, I have a GMT Master 2 with an oyster bracelet. May I buy a Jubilee bracelet from you?" They would say, "No, you can give it to us, and we'll sell you the new one, and we'll put it on, but we won't sell you." Um, sometimes they do sell you and put it on for you. I mean, it just sometimes it feels like you're left to the whims of the person you encounter that day. So it would have been great for Rolex at a certain point to make that process a little more straightforward and a little more welcoming and pleasant for the end customer, because that's not necessarily been the case, at least with the US Rolex service centers that I'm familiar with. So the Grand Seiko that Paul Rudd was wearing kind of had everyone up in arms, um, because they were fascinated by the fact, I think, that a Hollywood star would wear to a gala, a watch that cost less than $5,000. I think a lot of people were surprised for that. And this is from the Elegance series, Boshu SPGW 287. I can't really tell from this picture, but this D March has seemingly identified what people were wearing at the Ant-Man gala on the red carpet. So Paul Rudd was wearing a Grand Seiko Elegance Boshu, which lists for $4,800 in the US, and which is one of their, seasons series watches, just a three-hander, perfectly fine watch with that kind of grained um, burgundy colored dial and a shiny alligator strap. What do you think? What do you think, Professor?
Yeah, nice. I mean, I wouldn't, if I had a more of a limited budget, I wouldn't be spending um, money to buy a Seiko. I mean, but
Uh,
it's okay if you have a bit of a open budget, like I'm sure he does. Um, buy that one. It's not bad. It depends on, if I have a choice and it's 4,500 that I have or 5,000, I would go and buy something else. Would I buy a Grand Seiko? You're making a statement, of course. Even buying a Grand Seiko, you're making a statement that, look, I'm gonna go for the um, Japanese movement. It's not a Swiss watch, but it's
hmm.
a very good watch, and I can afford to do it.
Well, I love how you turn the tables on the whole Grand Seiko value proposition. I like that. Um, the the Germans have a saying like that, and I'm sure it exists in many other languages of the world. Das Billige ist immer das Teuerste. The cheap thing is always turns out to be the most expensive. Um, so it's sometimes when you in fact have a limited budget, sometimes it's best to use it to the fullest extent, being mindful of that budget, to be sure. But perhaps Grand Seiko is a challenge that a Hollywood star can take, and the humble professor cannot afford to take. That's a
Yeah,
very
it's a statement, Lord, that he is making, right? I mean, he's also trying to distinguish himself, saying, "Oh, I'm not like the others. I'm not going to wear a Rolex or a Patek," or although he has access to all of them, I'm sure, right? These guys have access, and they would die to get a guy like him to wear, right? All of these manufacturers are purposely advertising openly through rappers and actors and so forth. But he chose to go for this one. Fine, it's a statement.
I mean, honestly, with all due respect, I don't have anything against Paul Rudd, but he is not really the kind of actor that a brand would go after necessarily. I don't
Okay.
see Rolex or
No,
Omega
Rolex
or
wouldn't.
anyone running after someone like Paul Rudd. Again, with all due respect, I don't have anything against him, but let's be honest. I mean, it's not like people were fighting over his endorsement and Grand Seiko won
No,
the bid.
no, no.
But you're right, absolutely. Of course, he has access. He has the money, he has the recognizability, he has the connections, so to speak. I'm sure he could have gotten Rolex or
He
Patek.
wouldn't receive the 5711 Tiffany, but he would easily go and get a Daytona, right? He
Oh,
can
for
have access to the Daytona, so he can wear that. And instead of, and you never know, many of these guys who they take their pictures, they have one which they go out and the photo appears with that watch, and then he has 50 others that we cannot see or we don't have access to.
Oh, of course, there was that. I'm blanking out on the exact award night, but there was one where the host actually wore three different outfits and three different watches to go with it. I think it was last year when Trevor Noah hosted one of these award shows. He wore like three different watches with three different outfits, and everything was, each one was more outrageous than the other one. Let me see if I can dig up coverage of that. And we're almost concluding, guys. So if you have enjoyed the show, if you have learned something from it, please hit the like button. It really does help. Vote in the poll while you're at it. um, Choose what is the iconic chronograph for you. um,
And I agree with Fries with Mayo, who says, oh, the the diamond dial watch is, it has this stereotype that it's either the not necessarily the central, just the Central African government leaders. I mean, uh, it's a bit of a kind of a, they're the only ones who have these watches. But I understand, the drug dealers and all of that. But
well,
again, it's a
not nothing
stereotype.
wrong. Nothing,
Not,
nothing wrong with dealing drugs, except it's illegal. But no
yeah, I
judgment
mean,
from my end.
yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate, but I don't know.
Okay, well,
In
it
my
turns
world,
out my memory is so fickle that I forgot this was, since I actually don't watch these award shows, I forgot this was the Grammys of this year, where
ah,
Trevor Noah wore. Okay, he wore first this 5723
no.
slash 1R with the baguette diamond bezel, and then I think he also wore. They have only covered one. Okay, well, ah, he also wore the black ceramic Audemars Piguet Royal Oak perpetual calendar. Whatever perpetual chronograph means, I don't know. Hire someone who actually understands watches. Rob Report, please and thank you. Um, and I think he had a third one up his sleeve. No pun intended, but I don't remember what watch that was. But yeah, that was just one night, two different outfits, or three different outfits, and three different watches. Yeah. Last 2 minutes, actually. We are at 12:30, and we're closing on 4 hours of today's broadcast. I was blessed with Meech almost right from the start. Ozzy and the professor joined too. We ended up having a lovely conversation as always. Um, it's great to have a panel. You guys know I love talking to myself, and why do that on my own? Just as an expression of my um, mental instability. It's much better to do it as part of a live stream, but it's even better when I have an actual panel and such great interlocutors. So I'm very thankful to them. Thank you for your presence and support in the chat. Thank you for all these interactions, interjections, questions, and suggestions. Thank you especially for Ali Raza, for Jake Brooks, for JJ, for your super chats. JJ and as the first, and Ali Raza as the last are thus entered, unless someone squeezes in one more super chat before we officially close, to the raffle for the giveaway of the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers 2022 collaboration with the lime green dial. JJ had already received number 42. Alireza gets number 43. And you can always check from the community page what the guidelines are and who the entries are and with which number. And I've just posted the link there. Just scroll down a little bit for the specific post that covers last month's winner and that talks about how I'm giving away the lime green dial version. Meech, do you have anything to add? No, Meech has fallen asleep.
Oh, I don't know. Guys, don't support Teen Tickers. He's promoting garbage. He's just promoting garbage.
Love
Culture
you,
for
love you,
wars.
Tickers. Love you, Tickers. It's you are doing just fine. You're great. I
I don't know.
do
His
like
GoFundMe
it.
would beg to differ on that.
Okay. El Professor, last word.
No.
No.
And I got El Professor's mom behind.
Okay, that's wonderful. Please send my regards to her.
I will. Thank you.
Love you, Mom. Thank you. Thanks for being here. All right. So I'm gonna try to have an early show tomorrow as well. So maybe some of our audience in the UK, on the East Coast, and different parts of the world can join. I'll probably do it right after Bill Sanders' stream, right after Watch Art Size, second stream of the day. Look forward to seeing you. You guys are all great. Thank you again. I will check back with you tomorrow. And until then, stay safe and enjoy your watches. Take care.